You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our midnight program. We've got Linda James, your favorite apostate. She's coming up here next on Healing After the Watchtower. So let's bring Linda on right now, and we'll get the wheels moving here tonight. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How are you doing?
I'm doing good tonight. Things are moving in the right direction. Lots of people coming through tonight, so that's good. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How are you doing? That was an accident.
Tonight. Things are moving in the right direction.
I'm trying to. It's my computer.
So that's good. Hello, Linda.
So I'm trying to make it turn off.
That was an accident.
Sorry about that. There, it's off. Forgive me.
Well, there you go. So that can happen when you're doing live programs. That happens quite a bit, Linda. When,
Very sorry. Erase.
Well, there's so many things. I mean, you can't.
I had the sound off a minute ago.
if people could just see what goes on, nobody ever really sees it, but it's not. There's always something that can happen. So, anyways, you're on with us tonight. So, what's on your mind tonight? Anything in particular, or what?
I just wanted to remind everybody that I am their favorite apostate. But I wanted to also get into when people are leaving, how we can be for them and how we can support them, because many are asking questions and, in Reddit or all these other places. So I think that we can really be in conversation with them. So just ways to support them, because a lot of times when you leave, you don't know of all the options you have. And we get to give them many options that they probably haven't thought of.
Well, that's interesting. So, so we'll be listening here intently, and I'm here if you need me. So you just go ahead and take your program away.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, everyone. This is Apostate Linda James, your favorite apostate. And the reason I tell you this every week and over again is because it's a ethical form of brainwashing or undue influence. So if I just keep telling you over and over again, maybe you'll believe it. Just like other things that's part of the way we can be conditioned when somebody tells us something over and over again, especially a catchphrase like, I'm Apostate Linda James, your favorite apostate. And sometimes you'll hear Gilbert Gonzalez talk about, he's Gilbert Gonzalez, and he's running for governing body. So he has this GG for GB, which stands for Gilbert Gonzalez for governing body. So, that's kind of a thing that helps you remember him. So it's just kind of helpful to have a little something to, just kind of laugh at yourself about. But yeah, I wanted to talk tonight about the amount of people that are coming out of the organization is huge. And we're seeing them on Reddit. We're seeing them on Facebook. And I want to encourage people to be gentle, because when they leave the organization, they're still going to have many of the characteristics of the organization. And one of them is very, like they know it all. It's hard to get rid of that one, okay? When you think you know it all, yet you're leaving something that is damaging and toxic, or you had a bad experience, or whatever the circumstances are. If you come into their lives for however long, I think one of the big things that we can do to encourage people that are leaving is simply be a friend, okay? And simply ask them things that make them think of themselves and think of their self-interests. What are some of the things they would have liked to have pursued when they were in the organization, but it was always presented as something that was going to take them out of the organization? Do they like sports? Do they like to dance? Do they like to paint? Do they like to sing? Any self-interests that, they couldn't do in high school because they were not allowed to do extracurricular activities, kind of revive that in them, because they haven't thought about it in a long time. Because each time they would think about something, and this was the case for me too, growing up in the organization, I would want to pursue something, and it was just presented to me like this. It's going to take you right out of the truth. It's going to erode your faith. My belief is not so much that it was going to erode our faith, which it could have, but the reason it would erode our faith was because it would help us develop into our own identity. It would help us to actually grow into being confident about who we are. And when we're told we can't pursue things that are a reflection of who we are, it's like we keep being told who we are is not okay. But today, I want to encourage you to ask people that you can tell are leaving, what are some things they like to do? Do they like to go to the beach and just listen to the ocean? Do they like to sit and have coffee? Do they like to spend time reading? And just encourage them to do more of what they like. It is possible today. They're going to be dealing with a lot of what has been told to them as to reasons why they shouldn't have done it. And the organization presented it as a God thing. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that when you pursue your own interests, you will develop into your own authentic self. That's something that a Jehovah's Witness is not allowed to do. The only place they're allowed to develop in is their form of being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. So they'll speak of kingdom interests, right? To only pursue kingdom interests rather than any of their own interests. That's also part of why I believe they don't want people to go to college. Whether you go to college or not, some people do want to go, some people don't. Some people, might just go to a trade tech, and that's what works for them. I myself did that. I became a hairdresser, so that's what worked for me. My son he became a machinist. He ended up doing a trade tech. I didn't raise my kids in the organization, but some people do want to go to college and do a higher education in other areas. So if that was something that they had to tell themselves they're not allowed to do now, but to wait until the new order, bring up some ways that they can do this now, because now is an okay time to do these things. Yes, there's different things going on in the world, and yes, there's other groups that are talking doomsday besides the organization. But the fact is, if they're able to pursue something that is their desire, maybe doing creative things, maybe doing analytical things, they're just going to develop more and more of who they are. And once they develop more and more of who they are, then they can know what direction they want to go in, whether it's spiritually or not spiritually, because they're more tapped into who they are. And if you hear them speak in the manner of like their gut instincts just didn't feel okay about it, or something didn't seem right if they mentioned that. So there he's calling in. So I'm just going to take a minute to do that, to wait for him to do that. I think I'm going to go here to my tablet and see if I can bring up the chat room that a lot of people like to.
You will now be placed into the conference.
Go to.
For the host, press stop. Please enter your. Thank you. There are 13 participants in the conference.
Yeah.
The phone is
Yep.
not down.
It's on now.
It's on now? Okay.
Okay.
Muted.
So,
Unmuted.
okay, so I can see the chat, or the chat room, which
Okay.
is
And we're back. Whoops, sorry. Me.
oh, hi.
It's on. Okay.
Hi, Linda. Sorry I interrupted then. It's just that you went quiet. The phones just went
Thank
quiet.
you. Thank you for filling in. I appreciate that. If I went quiet, anybody's welcome to jump in anytime. Okay? I appreciate that.
But you're back now. Woohoo!
Yeah, I ended up going to the suite. Looked up that. I haven't been in here in a while. And in a little bit, I'm going to check out the YouTube audience, and I'll be able to see some of their inquiries as well. But what I was talking about was when we get a chance to encounter someone who is leaving the organization, they're entering in a zone that they don't know how to function in. Maybe they do function in it pretty well, but be a listening ear. Be tap into things that you can learn about them. You know, it's going to be kind of like taking them under your wings, or again, just being a friend. And if you find somebody that's leaving the organization and they literally irritate the hell out of you, do what you used to do when you had a Bible study and give them to somebody else that you think might be better off for them, okay? Because personality clashes are normal. They don't have to change, and neither do you. I mean, yes, give them some leeway, give some benefit of the doubt, you know, but if you can tell after a while that it's ending up being unhealthy for you, you know, find somebody else that could kind of take them on, or encourage them to make new friends outside of the organization. It could be XJWs, but it also could be where they work. It could be at a diner that they usually go to. It could be at a park that maybe they take their dog to walk their dog. So to encourage something they've been taught to not do on a regular basis, present it like it's actually okay. And you'll recognize the ones that are unhealthy. And maybe they won't, maybe they will, but to give them that sense of they are equipped with what they have now to be able to use their wisdom. So at first they don't have much wisdom. And let me just tell you, when I first left the organization, I basically tripped and fell a whole lot of times. I said stuff that was really socially unacceptable, okay? And just talked off the top of my mind, and I had no clue just how ignorant and naive I was. So after a few times when they got people looking at them like, what do you even, you know, they'll get negative results. So they'll get some wisdom, you know, maybe they'll bring these situations to you, and it's not like you need to correct them and tell them how they're wrong, but kind of question them and like ask, I wonder why that happened, so that they can think about, I wonder why that happened, and to have to encourage them to think of a situation like, what part did they play in it? Because we are used to, when we're in the organization, when things go bad, oh, it's this old system of things, you know, where you don't have to take any responsibility of what your part might have even been, right? So you can talk about yourself. You can say, you know, this is a lesson I learned, and this is what I did and how I failed and how I succeeded, and just be open and honest, like you make mistakes like anybody else. but also the things you did well and the consequences there, because that's how they're going to learn and gain what is called worldly wisdom. And being this kind of worldly is okay. Okay. And that's whether or not they've chosen a Christian path or not. Did I hear somebody?
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me. I just wanted to add something.
Sure. Please do.
Okay. Okay. Also, one thing that I found out with a person that's very close to me that has recently left, they're not always ready to hear the truth about the truth.
True.
They have left for a reason different than that they believe that it's not the truth, even though deep down things they didn't seem right to them, so that's why they left. But they have been conditioned all their lives, at least this person in particular that I'm talking about, that this is the truth, and they're not ready sometimes to hear, the truth about the truth. So that's one thing I just think that, we have to tread lightly on. We want to give them all the facts.
I'll feel on them titties. I want to stick my finger in your ass.
We want to
I want you to fuck me, baby. Get that big dick of yours.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either, and I'm not understanding you. But I do understand what you're talking about when you say they might not be ready about the truth. And what that really means is the atrocities of this organization, and how this organization has pretty much played us, and used us for their gain.
So, yeah, basically, okay, so can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, so what I was just saying is sometimes they're not prepared to hear all that.
Suck a nigga dick, that's what you do.
I tried that with somebody, and it almost,
The conference has been locked.
they're not ready to hear it.
Thank you, Rick.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Yes.
they'll just say, okay, let them just go on with their lives and be a positive influence.
Absolutely.
I can. And one of these days, if they have questions, then I will tell them everything that I know that is wrong about the organization. And
I love that.
That's my point. That's all. That's all I wanted to say is it's not always appropriate to just jump out with all the facts. And then that's it. And I'm done.
I really appreciate you saying that, because it goes along with what I was suggesting, to simply be a friend, and to have somebody be a friend in their lives and develop the friendship even further by, trial and error and open communication, which is not something they're used to. Maybe some of them are, more communicative because maybe they've been in therapy or they've been watching things to encourage them to be able to say, to set a boundary, okay? Because there's lots of things you can present in a friendship that they might not have thought of, such as setting a boundary, such as knowing your rights, okay? These are not things that they're ever taught, and that's not something that says the organization is bad or wicked or anything. It's just kind of helping them to develop and to learn something they might not have even thought about. I can remember, I've said this many times, I can remember being like in middle school, and a classmate was walking to school with me, and she was saying how she said something to her parents, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and what did they say? And she's like, what could they say? And all I kept thinking was exactly what my parents could do when I got sassy like that. And then she would say something like, I know my rights. And I remember thinking, where does one find out what their rights are? So So that's something that you can bring up over time. You might not want to bring up that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is at the United Nations right off the bat, but eventually, yes, or if you want to present them with their rights, maybe print it out, and maybe that could be a discussion to have, right? And it's helpful for them to, because these Universal Declarations of Human Rights are supposed to be something you are entitled to just because you're alive, just because you're here. And that's another thing. I used to not understand what being entitled to something meant, or when somebody would say, you deserve that. I was just not a concept I could process. I remember just thinking, why would I deserve that? It was just foreign to me. So when you get a chance to talk about situations, about your loved ones, and bring up stories that you're talking about that happened in your family, and you speak those terms like they deserve that, or so-and-so set a boundary and I didn't like it at first, but then I realized I needed to really respect that boundary that they set. And I had to really back off and give them the respect of paying attention to the boundary that they set and honoring that, and honoring them because they set a boundary. Whether you liked it or not, yes, there's a boundary that has been set, and the struggle you might be going through to not cross over it. This is talk they're not used to hearing within this organization. We're taught in the organization what is called learned helplessness. We're taught to take any kind of like put downs or bullying or negative talk, and we're supposed to turn the cheek and not stand up for ourselves, not have a reply, or we're taught to take it. And this is supposed to be a good witness for Jehovah, right? I mean, some people had personalities where, yeah, they wouldn't take it, but the organization teaches you to pretty much just take it. Bad treatment, you're supposed to take it, which is why Jehovah's Witnesses have been spoken of as pacifists. They're not fighters, right? Yes, we've had our times when either our parents or a spiritual leader at the Kingdom Hall might tell us off or whatever. So yeah, I just want to encourage you to be friends, and I really like what was brought up about you don't have to bring up everything that you have discovered about the organization that you've researched and is fact. Waiting for them to maybe bring up something. I like that he suggested that. And if you do maybe touch on something, pay attention to how they are reacting, because in actuality, when you say something bad about the organization, it's like saying something bad about someone's father or someone's mother. And that means you're saying something bad about them. That's where they got to grow their identity as being one of Jehovah's Witnesses. They didn't get to grow their identity into developing who they are. So these are things that we can do to encourage the growth and maturity of those that are leaving. And this can be for people that are even, middle-aged and older. As long as they've been in the organization, we have been kept developmentally delayed. We didn't get to develop into who we are. It got like squashed. It was just stunted. So to no fault of our own, we are socially stunted, and that's part of being awkward, of getting out and about, and just be an encouraging friend. And I think that's going to go far. It's going to go far because they've been told that anybody who once was in the organization is, evil and awful and has gone and joined the devil. So my first apostate was Cynthia Hampton, right? She did not look demonized. She was like a nice lady, right? And so my first apostate was like the nicest person ever. And that's what she chose to be, just simply chose to be my friend. And even though our personalities were very different, we were still able to grow a friendship, and I valued her opinion. She was a few years older than me. I liked her wisdom, and she would never bring up something like, this is what you should do. She says, when that happens with me, I do this, that, and the other, and it turns out this way, or it's turned out that way. So she gave me examples of what she's done in these situations, but she only told me one time. She said, like, she gave me directions, and I was babysitting 2 kids when my kids were little, and I was just beyond. It was too much for me. And she could hear it in my voice. I was getting very irritated with one of the kids I was watching. And this is not my style. This kid kept it was like he was 2 and my son was 2, right? And what this kid would do is he would go and kick my son and then cheer like it's the thing to do. And that was wearing on my nerves, right? And she literally told me, those children need to have somebody else watch them. You need to get them out of your house. That was the only time she ever told me what to do. Otherwise, she never told me what to do, but she heard it in my voice. She heard the irritation. And I think that was very wise of her, because I was growing some real resentment of this 2-year-old kicking my 2-year-old's little butt and cheering about it like it's the thing to do. Oh my God, that was very tough. So it wasn't a good match anyways. So I really didn't need to remain in that situation. And I was basically needed to make a few bucks. I'm a stay-at-home mother, taking on a few more kids to babysit. I had done that off and on the whole time, but these particular 2 kids, it didn't work well. It just didn't work well with me. And that's a personality difference. And I didn't really understand that at the time. But yeah, like I said, she would just give me examples of how she would do things, or, so you can do that too, but again, be a positive person in their life. So if you notice some of their strengths, bring it up to them and compliment them on it. Okay. Example, I noticed you're really good with organizational skills. That's very, very amazing. Like, just compliment them about it. You'll see their strengths show up, and it helps them develop who they are. So you'll see some of their characteristics. I think it's very important that they understand that we're not really here to be the way the organization has presented us to be. For example, of the devil, the organization will use all these dehumanizing terms for us and our characters, such as mentally diseased. And gosh, it wasn't too long ago that Brother Splain was like, we are at war with apostates and opposers. So they're really putting them on like this sense of tactical alert. So there's a lot of fear indoctrination when it comes to talking to people that used to be a Jehovah's Witness. So let's say if you meet someone that's leaving and they don't know you're a Jehovah's Witness, maybe you want to tell them later, maybe you don't want to just start things off. And the reason I say that is because it's going to strike fear in their hearts, and they might not be open to you right off the bat. I'm not saying to be dishonest, but choose a better time to tell them. I've looked into this before. I've read things about it, and if they're talking about it. And you can just say, yeah, I understand how that concept works. When they come to you with something that they've realized is a deception or a false teaching, you can say something to the effect of, well, if they're wrong about that, they might be wrong about other things. You don't necessarily have to bring up all these other things you know about, but planting that possibility gets them to think independently. It gets them to look things up. It gets them to research, that Google is actually something you can use, or whatever other search engine. Researching outside of Watchtower literature can be beneficial. And there's all kinds of ways to look things up. There's Google Scholar. And another thing is, if you talk to somebody that's wanting to go to college and they have maybe small children or something, and they think they can't go to college because they have small children. When I went to a junior college, they were also teaching early childhood education on campus, and they needed children there. So I got to take my kids there. There's supervision, and these students are being taught early childhood education, which, in other words, they're being taught how to be a teacher or how to work in childcare. That's what their occupation will be in the future, is working with children. So they're learning, and it's not expensive at all. And if you're lower income, you can, request maybe a waiver, or, something to that effect. You don't have to get into debt with student loans. When you go to a community college, which is what I went to, a local community college, they have what is called a Pell Grant. And a grant you do not pay back. You have to take so many units to qualify for, say, so you have to take, so I believe it was 6 units to qualify for so much, and 12 units would be considered full-time. So they had so many units that was considered part-time and full-time. So you would set up your school in such a way that you would have that many units, which helps you qualify for the Pell Grant. And that's basically taking maybe 3 classes a week. And those classes are not every day, like when we go to school and we stay there all day. No, they're spaced apart. Some are in the evening, some are in the afternoon, some are in the morning. And they're not necessarily an everyday class. Sometimes they're just Tuesdays and Thursdays a week. Other ones might be, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or, Wednesday, Friday. So it's interesting that it's so going to a community college is not the same as when we were in, say, public school, and we were there for maybe 6 periods, all in a row, and we took a lunch break, and then we got out at, say, 2:30, 3 o'clock. So they can talk to a counselor on campus and tell them their situation, because in actuality, when you go to a college, it's not the same as when you're in school, like a public school, where you better pass. No, when you go to a college, the teachers really want to make sure you pass. Like, that's a reflection on them as a teacher. So they're willing to do what it takes for you to learn. It's really cool that way. So yeah, I kind of want to open things up to maybe if somebody else has some ideas that they can think of, that how we can support people that are leaving the organization. Because once they are leaving, they've lost their whole social community, they've lost their family. Some may still have family talking to them, and talking to them very abusively, and saying, you're wrong, and you know better, and you're not going to be okay until you get right with Jehovah, which means go back to the organization. And just like a battered spouse will go back to their partner 9 times out of 10. That's also a possibility with people that leave the organization. They can go back. It's like going back to their abuser, okay? And it's not because they want to be treated badly necessarily, but it's actually kind of an addiction thing that happens with abusive spouses or abusive groups. If you've ever heard of the wheel of abuse, I'm just going to talk about like 3 spots of the wheel of abuse where the top part is where everything's good. It's the wonderful stage of having a crush on somebody. It's kind of the honeymoon stage, and then it goes down to the next one where some tension might be happening, and then to the next one where there be a explosion or a argument. Okay, and the abusive spouse will say degrading things, or sometimes it gets physically violent, but it's also verbally violent. The things that are said that are dehumanizing and degrading. It's very painful. So once they get back up to, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have done that, then they go through the honeymoon stage. So if you picture those 3 stages, there's certain hormones or chemicals that get released in your brain for each of those stages, okay? So what you're really dealing with is it's kind of withdrawals of these different chemicals that get released in your brain. And so sometimes it can be that they're withdrawing on that. It's not I can't wait to go be knocked up, knocked around or knocked up or knocked around or talked terrible to, but that honeymoon stage and that time of when it was really good, it was really good. And they hope it can go to that place again, and maybe stay that way. And a lot of times they blame themselves that it didn't stay that way because of them, because of course, most abusive partners make sure it's your fault, right? So there's that. So if you are a friend to someone that ends up going back to the org, be sure and let them know that that you're reachable again. If they start to cut you off, and if they don't cut you off, even better, right? If you can still remain in their lives while they go back to the organization, kind of just have like an open door policy that you're just because the organization is telling them to not associate with people of the world doesn't mean you have those same morals or ethics, okay? Because you still value them as a friend. So yeah, I was, does anybody else have any ideas? They're welcome to call in. You can make some suggestions. Did I hear somebody chime in? I wonder if Rick let the reopen the people to call in. It sounds like they probably could, because I think I heard.
Hello, Linda.
Hi, who's this?
Hi, this is Susan. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Hi. You asked such a great question, and what you were talking about tonight is so helpful. It reminds me when I was a hot mess when I got out of the Watchtower, and I needed friends, but there was nobody locally. Even though I was in Chicago, there was no one. So I developed phone friends, that became my lifeline. And people were there for me. And I think the best thing we can do sometimes when we're a friend is to even call someone and check up on them, even, just to make sure they're okay. And I think the person will appreciate it. And it's not always that you say the right things. It's that you're there to say anything.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for saying that, Susan. That point right there is so perfect. Thank you. Can you repeat that? It's not that you say the right thing. It's that you're there. Oh, thank you for saying that part.
Right. No, that's the case. I'm just saying what helped me, and that it wasn't that these people always were, perfect and always had the right you rah rah words for me. They were
Yeah.
there for me. There's someone I could call just to talk to when things got rough. Because when I was alone in Chicago, my girls wouldn't talk to me anymore. They left the house. My husband was divorcing me. I was, it didn't look good for me.
Mm.
And I even had health issues at that time. So there was it just didn't look like there was going to be much of a life for me.
Oh my
But
goodness. Yeah.
now my life is, if I knew then what I'm going to say God had planned for me now, I would have just jumped in with both feet. But I didn't know that then.
Who knew you were going to be part of the apostate? What does Rick call it? The apostate capital of the the world?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be at the apostate capital of the universe. And let me tell you, it's a good place to be. But I wasn't so much. And you think in Chicago, there's 8 million people in Chicago and suburbs, but there wasn't anybody. So there were certain people that I could call it was all right for them to call me to call them. I knew that. And so that's what I did. And I reached out, and I had people that were willing to call me every week and say, I'll have like a little Bible study with you, or I'll just have a little conversation with you, or if things weren't going well, I knew I could just call them and say, look, this is really sucks today. My husband did this, that, or the other. Because my husband, after we were divorced, my husband wouldn't even move out of the house. He was there for 6 months after we were divorced. I couldn't figure that one out. I had
He
to
wouldn't move out of the house.
So,
wow.
That wasn't an easy time. That's not easy to do. You live with somebody for 37 years. They're the father of your children. Well, you know what it's like. In fact, getting out of the Watchtower, it's like a bad divorce. It is.
It is. Yes.
It's not easy. And there's not the perfect right thing to do. You think, well, if I do A and B and C, everything's going to go really good for me. It's kind of like on a day by day, week by week, month by month. Chad brought out some good things about making, I'm going to do this next year and this in 3 years. And that's really good. I believe that wholeheartedly. But I couldn't do that. I just had to get through sometimes a day and sometimes just a week, having a goal without going crazy. So just having people that you can call. It would be nice if they could be in person, but if you can't, you can always pick up the phone. And today with the internet, we can reach across all kinds of barriers.
That is so true. Right? We've got Zoom, we've got Messenger, where we can call through Messenger. Some of our phones, even just a phone call, we can turn it to camera. And if you feel if you feel disheveled, you don't have to do that. But hearing that voice and you're like checking to see if they're okay, you can just call them and say, I was thinking of you. And so you gave them a call. And very good suggestion. I like that a lot. Sometimes
I like it if someone just called and said, hey, Linda, I've been thinking about you. You're going through a lot. I just thought I'd check in and see how you're doing. That's it.
You care.
That's simple.
It says you care. And that's really validating. Yeah, I love that. Thank you for that suggestion. Another thing, too, is before somebody leaves, maybe you're talking to a teenager that wants to get out of the house, right? When you're talking to a 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old and they're dying to get out of the house, I don't think it's ethical to tell them to take off, and maybe they need to and find a safe haven place. Maybe you can help them find a safe haven, but if that's not the case, like where it's all chaotic, but you can tell, yes, it sucks being under their mom and dad, and they're just going to have to go through those few years. You can tell them things that can help them prepare for when they do leave, they'll be more equipped. Okay. For instance, You can tell them to, look around their room at things that belongs to them, not anybody else. And could they sell it on eBay? Could they sell some of those things? And if they're not using them anymore, so that can give them some money without going to work. Maybe they're not allowed to go to work, and just before they leave, you'd want to encourage them to make sure to have a phone in their own name. Sometimes there's a family plan going on, so to get another phone that's in their own name, okay? And there's ways that, I believe there is ways that when people call the original number, it can be forwarded to your new number. I don't know, it's called forwarding or something to that effect. Get a copy of your Social Security card or the Social Security card, your birth certificate, insurance. And if they're going to need insurance, maybe they could check about the insurance on how to get it at their job if they're working, or maybe they can qualify for Medi-Cal. And it's kind of an area that they might not have walked through before, whether you're familiar with it or not, but you can kind of walk with them through it, to have medical insurance, basic medical insurance. If they have a car, it needs to be put in their name, and to have auto insurance, these things that, would make them independent enough because what often happens is if you say you're leaving, well, you can't have the car. You're not going to use the phone. You won't be able to have this and you won't be able to have that. And that will kind of equip them to be more independent and not so much dependent on their parents. And let me just say, all cults or systems of control, they want to make sure you are dependent on them. Okay? That's a big deal. So when you become more independent, they're going to squash that. They're going to say why it's so bad and why it's so wrong, which again goes back to pursuing self-interests. That helps you become an independent person. That helps you identify more and more of who you are. I can remember my oldest daughter said she wanted to take accounting. And I'm like, okay, math is not my thing. So we got her in school to be an accountant. And she spent a good 6 months or so there and then chose not to do that. But that was what she was thinking. So that's where she went. And that's also not uncommon, to change what you think you want to do. It's very common to change your mind or find out about other things. It doesn't mean you failed. It means you realize that's not working for you. So people can be complimented for that they're taking a different route. So there's that, helping them make money if their parents don't allow them to work, with their own personal things that they could sell over eBay, getting their the kind of paperwork that they would need to function in life, such as their Social Security card, their birth certificate, having their car put in their own name if they bought it, not if dad or mom bought it. I don't know how to work. I don't know. I don't want it to be encouraged that they're stealing anything. So use your own judgment on that. And if your parents, if their parents gave it to them as a gift, that is theirs, right? So yeah, just kind of think ahead of the things that would be a good idea for them to prepare them. So when they're stuck at home for another year or 2 or 6 months, little by little, they will be feeling more independent, and they are going to feel great about it. They're going to feel more equipped for when they do step out in a way from the family and get the consequences of losing their social structure and their family and being talked to as though they are the devil. Okay, that's just what usually happens. You're talked to as though you've gone and joined the devil, therefore you deserve to be treated like the devil, and it ain't pretty. Okay, and it's going to hurt them a lot. So that time of wanting to be true to themselves doesn't always follow through. It does a lot of times follow through, but sometimes it doesn't. And still be a friend to them, and remember, just plant good stuff into who they are, and remind them of their strengths, compliment them on things that you see that could be used in some certain industry, stuff like that. It to be an encouragement is what I'm suggesting. Is there anything else that you can think of that would be supportive to someone that's leaving the organization or is thinking about leaving? You could call in. The number is 727-731-6701. Also, you can encourage them to go to therapy. Therapy is done remotely, like through Skype, through, I think
the conference has been unlocked.
I think through Zoom. I think you can do that through Zoom conferences. Yeah. I mean, the thing just said the conference has been unlocked. So that tells me that I believe the phones are now open if you wanted to call in, and if you are on the phone line, you can push *6 and give a suggestion of how we can be supportive to those that are leaving, because many do want to leave. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't hear that. I'm now looking at the chat, not under YouTube, but there's a chat room. And I'm reading that was Mike interrupting. I'm so sorry, Mike. I didn't hear you. Bummer. Maybe next time. So, yeah. Oh, no, before, she says. So sometime earlier, he was doing some interrupting. Was that our Mike from Michigan? Is that who you're talking about?
Hey, Linda?
Yes.
There's some people that have been trying to infiltrate our radio network again, and they use very horrible language. And
Yes.
interrupt, and Rick tries to get them right away, but, we're going to hear, when you hear someone kind of interrupting and you can't really understand them at first, it's them. They were on quite a bit last week, and they tried again throughout the night to interrupt him, but Rick has a new system where he can, take care of it more thoroughly.
Okay.
But they still break in. So I'm just going to caution you that if something sounds strange, it probably is. And it
is, yeah.
It's not Mike from Michigan. I heard them trying to infiltrate you already tonight.
Oh, wow. I missed it all. How cool is that? I missed it all. Bummer.
Well, that's good. You don't want to hear what they have to say. I've never heard such language. I really.
Yeah, this is not my first rodeo with that happening. It's very distracting, and it's, I don't know, kind of very third grade, I guess. But yeah, it happens.
Well, like, who's the adult in the room, right? To me, Linda, you are just trying to help people, right? I mean, you're not trying to harm them, trying to get them out of a cult. Who in the world would want to stop that? You've got to be pretty low to want to think that that's funny or cute.
There's certain seasons that'll happen with Six Screens, where those just obnoxious, scandalous words will be used, and it's for the shock factor, so that somebody will grab their pearls and go, oh my goodness, I can't bear this language. I've heard it before. I'll probably be okay, but thanks for telling me about it. It's I'm worldly enough to have heard it before, yes.
Well, just be aware, and I just want the audience to know too. So don't, I'm sorry it's happening, but we've had this happen years ago.
Yeah,
And
I remember.
Rick thinks it's Bethelites, so I don't know. I really
It
don't.
seems to be pre-recorded stuff.
Oh, it's not pre-recorded. I'll tell you that. But it's
It's
the
not.
same
Okay.
people, because I can hear the voices that they're the same.
Okay.
So.
So, do you think the phone lines are open, or for people to?
Yeah, I think they are, because I got through. When you
That's
shut
true.
down the whole system, even I can't get through. So.
Okay.
Let's check. Can you hear me?
Did you start off saying shit?
Sorry, no, I said let's check.
Okay.
Phone lines, I mean.
Oh, let's check. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. I really thought you came on saying shit. And I'm like, oh, yay.
I just got through too.
Yeah, it's like it happens.
Working.
It's worth. Thank you, gentlemen. I tell you what, this audience is like, you guys are the best. You guys are the best. And I'll check the chat under the YouTube channel and everything, and I can see you guys, chatting back and forth. It might be on the subject I'm talking about, or a guest is talking about, or not. But I love it. It's the interaction that's happening. I just love it. I just appreciate you guys so much. Another thing is, you can start a meetup group, and there's an app called Meetup. And for about the first 6 months or so, it's probably going to be pretty dull. Probably nobody shows up, or very few people show up. But you know what's cool about that? The 2 or 3 or 4 of you really get to build a foundation of friendship that you wouldn't be able to if, say, 30 people showed up at the first meeting. So it's going to grow pretty, like, what's the word? Organically, and pretty naturally. And as new people come in, we welcome them, and just be very, very casual. Who was I listening to the other day? They were saying that, I forget who it was, but they didn't get into doctrine so much. They just, oh, okay, and now I remember who it was. But it was a different subject than this, so I'm not going to mention the name. But just being, to be friends with a few other people, and if they have a need, if you can fill it, see the need and see what you can do to fill it, or direct them to somewhere that can fill that need, because you might have more wisdom than they have, and it's kind of teaching them the ropes of being out in this world, assimilating to society at large from this small, secluded society that you found yourself in, for either recruited or born into. It's a different world, and I dare say it's institutional syndrome, where when somebody comes out of jail and they kind of have a hard time assimilating into society at large, because they were used to being on a schedule, and life was very predictable in the circumstances that they were in. It was could have been rigorous, but it was a schedule. So when they go into the world, it's very, sometimes people will have panic attacks, or their social anxiety will show up more than they ever knew was even there before, so just being with them, complimenting them on things that you know that they're struggling in. And I brought it up to you guys. Gosh, it was a year or so ago where I was going to get on a plane to go to Hawaii to see my daughter. She bought me the tickets, and I had to figure. I was phobic to no end, and I was just scared. You know, like I'm going to get. I hadn't been on a plane since I was 16. I was literally phobic to get on a plane, and I told y'all. And but I did it, and I got back, and I was still alive. And it was, you know, it was quite challenging for me, but you know, other people, it wasn't. So, oh, and then I believe it was Jeff. He got in on the phone call and said one of the first times he got on a plane, you know, what it was like for him. So he really empathized with me, and I was just so thankful. And I remember just before I went too, there was some island. You see, I was going to these islands, and it was like these islands were made out of volcanoes, right? So I'm like, I don't know when a volcano happens or why or anything, but there was some other island, and I don't remember where it was, but it had such a huge volcano blast. There were pictures from space showing you could see the blast from Earth from space, okay? And I'm just like, oh my goodness, I'm going to get on a plane that I have a total phobic reaction to, and then I'm going to an island with volcanoes that could do that. It was just really tough for me. So, yeah, 40 years out, I still have my stuff that I struggle with, and there's a lot of fear indoctrination that will happen in really high control groups, and that's to keep you too scared to go out the door, too scared to function in society at large. So yeah, there's that. So when you see some of that show up, it's actually pretty normal that they would be going through things. And you know, you can say, gosh, my aunt went through that, and she went and saw a therapist, and it really helped her. Like, there's options of how to handle it, because some people don't realize that there is. Like, there was times like 30 something years ago, I was majorly agoraphobic, like did not leave the house. Just walking to my mailbox, I was having high anxiety. So there's times in our lives where we're dealing with things, and what was going on with me was a lot of shame. Today I realize I really didn't need to be ashamed of it. And I understand more about what I grew up in and the environment that I grew up in and how that may have attributed to it. So yeah, there's things that we definitely face as a result of being in the organization, or maybe some things are hereditary or environmental, you know. Is somebody else there?
Yep. Hi, Linda.
Hi, Carrie.
Oh, you recognize my voice, of course. Listen, you know, you were talking about what could we tell the people that are coming out or whatever. You know what? I've been out a very, very long time, since pretty much the 70s, but I haven't met one XJW. The only ones I've ever met, or even a JW, I don't see them.
Okay.
The ones that I have met were online.
Yes.
I started off looking for them, so I found them on AOL in a chat room. XJWs Love Jehovah, and it was run by this lady and it was all aliases at that time, and it was great. You know, I found my people, and then I guess Facebook finally hit, and you know, it kind of dwindled and everything. And then they started looking for me. So they found me, and I have quite a few of them on here, but it's all online. I haven't. I really wouldn't even know what to say to these people. That they don't even come to my door, and they don't know my married name.
Okay.
And they don't know where I live.
Right.
My because my first two were Jehovah's Witnesses, and one was inactive, and the other one was a convert. And so, but I haven't seen anybody.
Oh, like you've never met them in person. The relationship was over the online, or you were observing conversations and stuff.
That's it. I mean, it's amazing. I had a business, and one of the elders stopped in, which was surprising. And we were having a conversation. There were two ladies looking at the stuff. I had a used furniture and whatnot shop. And they were looking around and stuff. And this elder was having a conversation with me. And he went to buy something. I said, "Are you really going to buy something from me?" He goes, "Yeah, why not? I need shoelaces." And I just happened to have them. But it was... So anyways, we were having this conversation, and that's when I learned I was disfellowship. So yeah, I know. I went into hiding, and I never returned. So but it was still inside me. But I just never returned. But anyways, he leaves. And these ladies came up to me and they said, we weren't listening, but we couldn't help but hear. And we feel really bad for you. And she invited me to their church. And she said, there's a lot of XJWs in this church, but
really,
they are all undercover. They're all undercover, right? And I'm like, well, I never went. And, that made me nervous because there was, after being a Jehovah's Witness, you just don't go anywhere.
Right.
I searched around, but there was nothing really the only ones that really impressed me were the Messianic Jews. I loved those people. Those were great. I got to know them pretty good. They had the best of two worlds. They had their Jewish upbringing, and then they had Jesus in their life. And boy, they were smart. But there was no temple around my area, so I wasn't about to, go 3 or 4 towns away.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But that's about it. I mean, there. I wonder how many people are out there like myself that once you're away, that's it. I haven't even bumped into anybody, nobody from there, not for many, many years. So,
okay.
Strange.
Yeah. And see, there's many...
Okay, that was just my little part.
Thank you. Many friendships develop, from online, and they're real friendships. Some of them, they're just kind of...
yes, they are.
Here or there or whatever. But there's some real friendships that we have come to have, and very valuable, very valuable. So thank you for...
Well, you know what? The thing is we have to get to know one another and who to trust and who to share our phone numbers with, or our information, our name even.
Yes.
So, that takes a while.
And just like there's predators in the organization, there's predators within the XJW community, okay?
Oh, absolutely.
and
Oh
they
yeah.
just
I think it's their real personality jumping out.
Mhm.
That's what they were, and after they leave, they're just it's amazing what they become.
Yeah.
I mean, I've met people that I couldn't even imagine. The first atheist I met was an XJW, and he explained to me all these things, and he wasn't trying to convert me into that, but it amazed me. Here he was, Bible studies, personal studies, all the meetings and the literature and the Bible and all that, and all of a sudden, boom, it's like nothing. No God, nothing. I mean, what a switch.
Yeah. Yeah. And it can happen like that when someone takes either they're just disgusted with the whole God idea, or someone takes a deep dive and studies into things within the organization and beyond, and they come to the conclusion that it just doesn't make sense that there would be a loving God allowing so many things or whatever it is. And they come to that conclusion. And usually, it's people that read their Bibles that come to those conclusions. But then there are some that are just like, I can't handle the whole God thing at all. And they take a break from it. And actually, that's probably very healthy, because there's so much negativeness associated with it.
Can I
Right.
throw an idea at you?
What
Say
was
that.
that?
Can you say that again,
Throw an
please?
idea.
You wanted to chime in? Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Tom, Carrie, this is Tom. And Tom, that was Carrie. Remember her.
Okay. So basically what I wanted to say was that I had a huge portion of my family that were JWs, and a huge portion of my over 30 cousins that left the organization. And we, for some reason, there really hasn't been much of a connection after that. It's almost like people just tend to not want to revisit what they left. And,
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're there, if I want to talk to them, I can. They just tend to, it seems that they tend to not want to,
Yes.
They don't want to bring up the old crap that they left. And, even though we can talk and get along, but, as far as being close, we're not as close as we were when they were with us, that's for sure, things like that.
Well,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
it's tough. I understand. And then there's many others that weren't related that left, and there's no way we don't have anything in common anymore. Our thing that we had in common was we were witnesses.
Right.
I don't really know how to put that together in this situation, but I think that it's worth mentioning that even if you do have a huge number of people that you could speak with and get to know again, it just doesn't seem like they want it to happen, and it just doesn't seem to happen like you would think it would. That's all.
And I've met a couple that, their partner would say that they used to be a Jehovah's Witness. I'll bring it up, and they're like, yeah, I don't like to talk about the past. And that's what works for them. They don't want to revisit that at all. And that's what works for them, So, and some of us need to revisit it to kind of for our own reasons, that camaraderie, understand, like talking to somebody that gets it, so either way is understandable. Either way. And then when you talk to some family members that, it can be very hard to make a connection too, because they've grown up in this environment where they could go to Boy Scouts, they could, buy Girl Scout cookies, they could, they went and did all these different things that you were forbidden to do, and so it's very hard to relate to them. I mean, I used to watch my roommate and my previous partner have a conversation about their childhood, and they were talking away with these great memories I could not relate to whatsoever. I enjoyed listening to them talk about it, but if one of them looked at me and said, "Do you remember that?" I would be like, "No, I never did that," and have to just be like, "We weren't allowed to buy Girl Scout cookies, okay?" We just weren't. It's like there's always, it's unrelatable, some things that, and they look at you like, "Oh my goodness, you poor thing," or else they're just stumped at the thought that you never experienced some of these normal childhood milestones. A lot of times people go ahead.
That is very true, but I would also like to mention that some of my closest relatives now never were JWs, and before they didn't understand me, but then I left and then they got to know me, and so now I have them as close family members, which is pretty rare. I think it's pretty cool that, like even for I just got married a couple weeks ago, and a couple
Congratulations.
that showed up were, thank you, and a couple of people that showed up. I mean, it was like the last minute thing. We didn't do a big thing. We just did a thing at home. But anyways, a couple of the people that showed up were relatives that were never JWs, and they're my friends, so it's kind of odd how that works out. It's different with everybody, I know, but I'm just saying that. So your experience has been that. I didn't have those things in common with them when I was growing up, but now I have things in common with them, and so now I am close to a bunch of them that were never witnesses, and it's kind of weird how it can fluctuate, I guess, in family to family. That's my
Absolutely.
point. But
that is so true. Like my mother kept me away from one of her brothers. Okay, so therefore I didn't get to know his kids. So I used to think I could walk right past my cousin and not even know it. It was just, it's like that. It's a weird thing. Yeah. Because they weren't Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah. And nobody starts into this religion and gets recruited thinking they're going to be dropping all of their family and friends over the next 6 months or so. That's just not part of the recruiting message. But if you want paradise, it's really unique how little by little by little by little these things tend to happen with influence of the spiritual leaders.
Yeah, and especially if you weren't recruited and you were brought up in it, how you had no choice, but you just could not have anything to do with them, and that was tough.
That is very tough.
Because they were considered worldly, even though they were relatives, they were worldly.
Yeah. Yeah. So assimilating from society, because the organization used to speak of itself as the society a lot. That was their terminology when I was growing up, the society. So I love to talk about how, leaving the society and going into society at large, because we were just this smaller, isolated group, that really, we were a culture of our own.
Very, very small percentage of the population. Yeah.
Very, very true. Yes.
A couple of us in a whole stinking school.
Right. And I used to go to school with one of the elders, like his sons, and I can remember trying to talk to him. And if I did, he'd cuss me out. He would cuss me out if I tried to talk to him. Just total, get the hell away from me, cuss, cuss, cuss. And I remember just being so confused by that and hurt by that. But as I've come to realize how there's these things in the congregation of cliques and stuff, he's an elder's son, and I was my mother's husband wouldn't, my dad didn't go to the Kingdom Hall very much, so we were definitely spiritually weak, and he was like elder's son, so that made him higher. So he might have been taught to look down on me simply as part of the culture of the congregation,
Yeah, I can see that happen. Yes. Yeah. So it wasn't just being a standout in school; it was being a standout within the population in the congregation, because you weren't, Yeah, I understand. Your dad wasn't a witness. My dad wasn't a witness either. So.
Yes, you get it. And when I look back after I learned that qualified my mother and myself and my sister as being spiritually weak, I realized my mom used to associate with other women whose husband was not in the organization, or single women with children. So there wasn't a spiritual head. And, that's kind of designated us as spiritually weak. I didn't know that was the case when I was growing up, but I've heard enough today to find out that was the case. And it was helpful to know that.
That is crazy how that works, but it is true. Yeah. And when my ex-wife was a baptized witness. After I got married, she got baptized, and because I was not a witness, I wasn't her spiritual head. So she felt, and she was led to believe that she did not have to follow my headship because I was not a witness.
Okay, so there's fatherless children, right? So what would that make her? Husbandless wife?
My children were considered fatherless children. They were considered fatherless children, even though they had a father, but I was not a witness. And so people took them under their wings and tried to set them good examples and shit like that. And my kids actually, they totally lost, they had no respect for me because of that.
And that's the underlining message that is really being taught to them.
It was, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So she didn't feel that. So basically, she felt that she could do or say anything she wanted. She wasn't under the same rules as. So if I had been a baptized witness and maybe an elder or something like that, she would have had to do what I said. But I had no say over anything, and she was justified. They justified the fact that because I was not a baptized witness, that she did not have to do anything that I said. So it was as if
there is definitely not able to be
had the opposite effect. Instead of me being a controlling husband, she was a controlling wife, and she was allowed to.
Yes.
She was encouraged to.
Yes, and it really drives a wedge inside of a marriage, and just encourages disrespect.
Anyways, but that's a different point. My point was that, as far as, growing up without a witness dad, yeah, we definitely were looked down on. And yeah, just like you said, and so then when I, for some reason, introduced my ex-wife to being a witness, but I did not follow suit, that put my kids in the same category, so they were considered the same thing.
Isn't that amazing? It's so, yeah. These are the things that happen within the congregation that society at large has no idea about.
They don't.
Yeah.
And like from my experience, I remember, growing up, hanging out with elders' kids, and they were worse than, they were worse. They got away with a lot of stuff. They were worse. They were doing all kinds of stuff and getting away with it because everybody, and then they were considered good association because they were an elder's kid. So I could associate with them, but I couldn't associate with this other person who was a really good person and try to live by the Bible. But this other person was pretending to live by the Bible. But guess what? Because his parents were spiritually strong, then they were okay associates. It's just,
it was all
a game that they play.
It is. And later, after I found out that an elder would have to step down if somebody in their family got disfellowshipped, it makes me think that the elder's children would get away with things because the elder doesn't want to step down, or the elder body doesn't want to lose that elder. I'm thinking that's a possibility.
But it's also, they're not, I guess that could be a possibility. And, but they, I don't know. It seems like they just know not to say the wrong things to the wrong people. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh, yes.
It's like, yeah, they knew that I wasn't going to rat them out. I wasn't a rat, so they let me in on this stuff because they knew I never ratted on anybody else because I just was brought up that way. So, and they got away with this stuff over and over. But I just decided I didn't want that lifestyle, so I left. And but this, they ended up getting caught, I guess, eventually. But it took a while.
Yeah, it's like mastering the double life.
Yeah.
Living a double life.
Right. But so basically, as you said, because my dad wasn't a witness, so I was considered spiritually weak. And the only reason why I was an approved associate because I was a regular, I was a regular publisher, and I did the mics and things like that, so it was okay, and then they were giving me, so their parents would be like, yeah, okay, yeah, you can be a good example to him, let him, come and stay at the house, things like that.
Right.
If I could add a comment to this brother. Hello, Brad.
Is that okay, Tom?
I just wanted to add a comment to what this brother was talking about, because I was a Jehovah's Witness for over 30 years, and I was in and out of the room, disfellowship twice, and these elders' sons are some of the worst people. They get away with murder. They smoke cigars. They go to strip clubs. Because of I was part of the cool crew. There was a cool crew where everyone kept their mouth shut, and they all did these different types of things, and they're totally being hypocrites, and I have to agree with you. It's like nepotism, and they totally protect their child. I had a problem with the elder's child that graffitied my car and someone else's. Thank goodness they did everything on the windshield, and none of the alcohol from the shaving cream seeped into my paint job, which I would have been upset because it was a nice car.
Wow.
I know who did it. I caught them red-handed, and they took off, and no one got in trouble. I got in trouble for using bad language.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Yeah,
it really does.
Yep. Your dad wasn't an elder, was he?
He was for a short time, and he was the biggest hypocrite. I come from a violent household, and a lot of the fights were from family worship. My dad worked late. That's the last thing that he wanted to do, and my mother was pushing it. There'd be holes in the wall. There was no reason for him to ever be an elder, and he's disfellowshipped somebody, and I hope he feels shameful for that. He's still a PME, and he's fully in, but he'll never abandon the ship. He's going to go down with it.
Yeah.
Your father is out?
You weren't showing any nepotism because your dad was an elder.
Not at all. For some reason, a lot of people didn't like me. My grandfather was an elder. I'm fourth generation. At first, they were kind of cool with me, but once I got this fellowship, and then again, yeah, they turned their back on me. My wife has 5 reinstatement letters. I have 4, and with no success. Yep.
Yeah. So you were still continued judge, kind of like, when you're in the court system, I guess if you got caught for speeding twice, then the third time you probably did it, right?
Yeah, it was the abuse that woke us both up, and then we started looking at apostate channels, and then ta-da! Once you go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you both went together. That's pretty rare. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm sorry because this cult, I hate calling it a religion. It's a disguise of a religion. This cult corporation, they're all about, Jehovah hates a divorce. But now you can get a divorce if someone leaves the faith, It's dividing the families, and it seems like it divided yours, too.
Oh, it did.
The headship and everything.
Oh, it definitely did. Yep. And she was allowed to get a divorce based on, it wasn't even,
You're not being
never cheated on her, but it was basically based on her word that she heard a phone call that I butt dialed her or something. And I don't even know. I honestly don't know how they gave her permission, but she got permission to give me, she's the one who requested the divorce, which was good because it was a toxic relationship, but I did not, and I was not going to leave because I took my vows seriously. And I never cheated on her, but that she had them all convinced that I was this crazy dude, And
there's a thing called spiritual endangerment.
My kid's convinced too, so.
Yeah,
it's called spiritual endangerment.
But I'll tell you what, I am more happy now than I have been for 30 years. With the woman I'm with now, I am so happy.
You have freedom. You don't have to hear about the cult anymore. You can move on and just with your life. And like that, the name of that other show, The Tentacles of Watchtower. It's like everyone's been touched by it somehow.
No, I have to hear about it because most of my kids are like, my kids were baptized. I tried to convince them and convince her to don't allow the kids to get baptized before they're 18, because I will sue somebody if something happens if they get disfellowship. And
good for you.
So, but that didn't last because she got them all against me, and so my daughter was like 16 and my son was 17, 18 or whatever. He finally got baptized, and he actually felt that he had to give me a registered letter to tell me that, guess what, whatever. I did not read the letter. I gave it back to him. He was like, I'm not reading that. You got something to say, you can say it. Tell me your dad, for crying out loud, But anyways, that's how bad they had them, brainwashed. And anyway, so my daughter got baptized young, and she now lives with me because she just disassociated herself. So
how's that going?
Things are changing. It's going great, But the thing is that, it's my fault that that my ex even became a Jehovah's Witness, because that's what I was raised as. And when we were checking out other religions, that was the one that I knew made more sense than anything else. And so that's what she ended up studying.
So she turned into a super teeny, and you're completely mentally out of it. So
So anyways, so that's how that works. But so I don't even know how we get to this part. But anyways, so I do have to deal with it, is my point. I do still have to deal with it because my son is still fully in, and he's at the age where they're trying to get him to become a ministerial servant and stuff like that, and grooming him to do that stuff. And he's probably going to do that, and but my daughter, I never expected. I always thought she would be the one that would be the pioneer and all that. She's the one who did finally leave, and that's good. But
well, in the information age we're living in, I'm sure your son will come across something sometime soon.
I hope so. I really do. But he's a good guy. He's got common sense, and I think he's got critical thinking ability, and I hope so. But I know he definitely has common sense, and that's very important. You know what I mean? So eventually,
common sense will get you disfellowshipped.
Thank you. And my previous roommate was trying to explain something to me one day.
Will get you disfellowshipped. That and critical thinking.
Yeah. So anyways, so it's a crazy, but the thing is, yes, we were talking about, the elders' kids and how people that aren't, that without, like my father wasn't a witness, so we were kind of looked down, on, and just like Linda said, and same thing. And that is true. That's how they do it. And it's kind of weird.
It is.
Yeah, I never got the nepotism from my father. In fact, when I got this fellowship the first time, it was for smoking pot. But the irony is that my dad is a hypocrite because he lived a double life for 6 years. When he was 16, he found a bale of marijuana, Colombian gold, floating in the water. He worked for a crab fisherman off the coast of Miami. The Gulf of Mexico in Miami. And the captain of just the two of them of the boat, my dad asked when they pulled it up and opened it up. My dad asked, "What do we do with it?" And he said, "Nothing." And they threw it on a buoy. He was a witness. So my dad stole his boat at 2 a.m. and went out and found it and put it back. And let me say he was in the cement truck business eventually, driving a cement truck, and he had to buy his own, and he paid it off in 1 year, and that was $55,000 in the 80s. And then he kicks me out of the house for smoking pot when he was like selling it and smoking it for 6 or 7 or 5 or 6 years.
Wow, that's crazy. That's awesome, though. Good for him.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. It's just that he shuns me for it.
Yeah, I know. That is terrible. I know what you're saying. Jesus Christ, that's a pretty cool story, though. You know, that's pretty neat. The fact that he told you the story and then he shunned you for smoking was.
He told me he never sold it, but I started putting 2 and 2 together when he paid off a mixer in a year. I mean, $55,000 in 1 year.
Yeah. That's crazy, huh? Yeah.
But yeah, I have a lot of stories. I've seen a lot of elders' kids just get away with murder, and I'm like, geez, you know, I guess I'm glad that I didn't get away with murder, because maybe I would still be in it. You know. Yeah. But these kids, some of them are spoiled little brats, and they never learn from the consequences of their actions.
Because they didn't get consequences.
No, because they don't get. Yeah, they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's kind of like a rich kid in the world. They get the most expensive lawyers, you know. So, you know, the guy beside him gets in trouble, and they were more guilty, but because they had a better lawyer, so they get off. You know, that's just the way that works. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a kid who killed somebody years and years ago. It was in the news, and he was drunk, and he was underage, but he was 19, and they wanted to send him to prison, and he got a lawyer, and they made up that he had a disease called affluenza, and what it was is that he didn't know the consequences of his actions. I know I'm probably getting off topic, but I feel like that's Jehovah's Witnesses kids. These kids are just like that, like you were saying.
Wow, that held. Wow.
Yeah, that held. He got out. He didn't, because he was so spoiled. He didn't realize the consequences of his own actions, and the judge fought it for some reason.
And that's crazy. You know somebody. Wow. Yeah.
I didn't know the person. It was just a story I heard. It was about 10 years ago. It was all over the news, and I never forgot it.
Yeah, but that's pretty much what they do. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it was crazy. Unfreaking believable the way they did get away with so much. Just because they didn't want to lose, well, you know, the elder, they didn't want the elder to lose his position. And they also, because the elders had the elder's book, and they knew ways to get around things. So they could cross T's and dot I's in places where nobody else knew what to do.
I mean, this crew of guys, they would gamble, they would smoke, you know, no consequences.
Yeah.
In fact, it went down because the elders found out that we were going to strip clubs, and not that I kind of got dragged into it. It's never really been my thing, but like, you know, how Jehovah's Witnesses can be some of the most horny people I've ever seen because of the sexual oppression. And the elders' sons didn't go down when it all happened. No, none of them got brought in or disfellowshipped or reproved or anything.
But you did.
No, I wasn't really. I was already disfellowshipped, so I wasn't really a part of it. I was already disfellowshipped for pot.
Oh yeah.
But my uncle was a part of it, and he went down, and it almost cost his marriage. She forgave me.
Wow.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in fact, this religion cult is so sick that my uncle, he was afraid that it was going to come out, so he slandered me, and it came back to me, even though I was disfellowshipped at the time. A friend of mine told me, your uncle's talking a lot of shit about you, and it's just sad. It's sad what this organization does to the people. It brings out the worst in them. It really does. You know, when someone gets disfellowshipped, I've noticed this even for myself speaking. When you lose your world, you end up, a lot of times from what I would talk to people, you end up because you're so oppressed, you end up doing things that you never would do. Like I knew a guy that got this fellowship. He's a good friend of mine. He started doing cocaine and hanging out with strippers, and I'm like, Joe, this ain't you. And it's like he went through a phase, and then he got his shit together and got reinstated. But it's like it's making people atheists. It's making people act out and per se sin more, or doing things that maybe they wouldn't normally do. And what good is this cult doing for anybody?
No, exactly. Because I was a good boy. I tried really hard, and then when I finally, the reason why I left is that I think it was one of the anointed guys at one of the assemblies. They said that if you desire to have relations with a woman, then it's just as bad as if you're doing it. So I was like, well, I guess then I guess because I really want to have a girlfriend and I want to do those things, even though I've been doing everything I can to avoid doing those things. It's just as bad as if I'm doing them. So then why in the hell am I not doing them? So I was like, okay, I'm already judged because I want to. So I left, and I started doing those. But then all at the same time, I just like, okay, I'm no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses. And there's nothing holding me back because I'm going to die in Armageddon. So guess what? I did everything under the sun. I didn't care. I just did all
exactly. I was the same way too.
I put my life on the line on so many occasions. Didn't even care because I'm going to die anyways. Really, seriously, it was terrible that they do that to you, but that's the way. That I believe. I was brought up to believe that if I'm not living. And then I also believe, that there's no way God's going to hear any of my prayers because I'm not a Jehovah's Witness anymore and all that stuff, And so I did the Russian roulette. I did crazy stuff, and I always somehow lived through it all. But I also had a little bit of common sense, so it kept me from being too stupid. But that Russian roulette was not very commonsensical at all. And that was with an ex, that was one of the eldest kids that got disfellowshipped. And I was at his house playing cards with him. He got wicked into gambling. And so I'd go there and I'd play cards and drink beers. And he wanted to do this one day. And I was like, all right, yeah, sure. I don't care. Honestly, and that, to me, that was the most extreme thing I ever did. Neither one of us died, thank God, but I guess one of his friends did die not too long after that, playing the same game. But, it's that I never...
Well, you're playing with the odds.
Yeah, but I never would have done that before, So basically, my point is... because
they put you in a bad place.
I knew I was dying at Armageddon, so what did it matter?
Yeah.
And it took a while for me to get my parents and realize that it is important to be a good person, and things like that. It took me a little while, but I got it, eventually. Not too long. It only took a couple of years, but a couple of years of extreme stupidity.
Well, we used to hear out in service like that the householder used to tell us all you have to do is be a good person, and who would have thought that they were right? All this religious mumbo jumbo don't matter. All the hours out in service, the whole once saved, all be saved. I don't believe in any of all that. And if people do, I apologize, but. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, my man.
Yeah. It's just, but it does, and that's the sad, and that's what I worry about, like with my daughter who left. She got done being a witness recently, and she just turned 20, and like I said, I never expected her to leave because I just thought she would be a pioneer and all that stuff for the rest of her life because she just was she tried so hard to be, do everything right. And And, so I feel like my duty now is to help keep her on an even keel, like, hey kid, just I'm trying to convince her, that everything that you were taught is not definitely the way it is. So you're not going to die at Armageddon, but it's hard because, it's just hard. I can't do it. I don't know how yet, but I want her to know that, I don't want her to do the same stupid shit that I did. You know what I mean? Thinking that it doesn't matter if she does something stupid and dies because she's going to die down again and it's going to be tomorrow. You know what I mean? Because that's the way they're brought up. Armageddon is the we're living the last days, maybe the last day of the last days of the last day, and all that bullshit. Which it's what she grew up hearing. And
I never really bought in personally to Armageddon so much. I was more afraid of like the Great Tribulation and suffering. I could care less if like God snapped his finger and killed me. Not that I'm going against him at all. It's just that I never was in it for paradise like so many people are. I feel like my parents are like climbing a ladder and they're kicking people off, and not just my parents, but a lot of teenies. They're kicking people off so they can climb to the top and get to their paradise. And it's all that matters to them, and I'm kind of disgusted by it.
But I know what you're saying, and that's really not what I was talking about. But
no, I know what you're talking about. I was just bringing the side point up.
No, that's a very good fucking point right there. That is definitely a good point, because that is bullshit. It is bullshit. Yeah, it is bullshit that they feel that way. But didn't you feel that when you finally left that maybe, if Armageddon does happen like next week, like they keep telling you that it's going to happen, that now that you're no longer a Jehovah's Witness, or you've done these things and you decided you didn't want to be a Jehovah's Witness, that now it doesn't matter what you do anymore because you're going to die anyways? Did you ever feel that way?
I went through that phase, when I first got the fellowship, the first couple times. But when I started waking up, there was a scripture that says that about talking about false prophets, and that if they use the name of God and it doesn't come true, you don't have to fear them, and that they are punishable by death. So I'm not afraid of any of their teachings, and I doubt everything that I've ever been taught by them.
Yeah, now, but before that.
Now, but before that, it's hell. Yeah, before that, it's hell. You heard you physically out, mentally in. Yep.
Yep. And that's how I was most of my life. I mean, I'm learning now that I found this XJW community, because I have a phone now and I can go online and watch this stuff. This stuff is starting to make a lot of sense to me. So, but up until not too long ago, I honestly, I knew that I weren't doing it because I didn't believe that that I knew that there's no way this can be the truth, because truth doesn't change, and they keep changing the truth and stuff like that. But
plus, the Bible says that Jesus is the truth and the way. When someone starts calling themselves the truth, Jesus said that only he is the truth, the way, and the light. And I'm not really a big Bible person, but I know it from my Bible from going to all the meetings. And it's just I have a different perspective of it now. But yeah, with that said, I mean,
yeah, no. Oh, guess what? Yeah, I actually, how many times I was tempted to partake when I was going to the meetings with my ex-wife. I wanted to so bad, because when I read all of Jesus's words, and one time, how like there's a Catholic Bible where it's all in red. Well, I highlighted all of Jesus's words once in one of their Bibles. and I always felt like it was talking to me, I always felt like I am one of the anointed, I always felt that way, and it was just, but I knew that I wasn't, because I still smoked, that according to JWs, there's no way that I could be, So I didn't partake, but I always felt like I should partake. So I'm just saying that, it has always been a very confusing subject. But now I am starting to learn a lot more stuff with all this XJW stuff and exposing the truth of the Watchtower. And even though, it doesn't always 100% get me by, like I'm not 100% sold. I am 98% sold, but I still have that little bit of doubt, but anyways. Well, I wish it was 100%, but it isn't.
Well, I don't want to take from Linda anymore, but I thought I would just add into you guys were saying a little bit. Thanks for taking that call.
I enjoyed talking with you, Brad. Thank you.
My name was Eric. My name was Eric, but I have a cousin, Brad, so I'm touched.
Oh, you're Eric? You sound like Brad.
Oh no, this is Eric. Sorry.
Eric, are you?
I think we have different accents, buddy.
I'm from Rhode Island. I live in Nashville, so yeah, I have like a New England accent. Pop the doc down there.
All right, Eric. Hey, cool. I'm sorry about that.
Right.
Good to talk to you, Eric.
No, you're good. I thought you said Brad, but I ignored it. But yeah.
No,
you all have a great night.
Once. Nashville is nice. I got to go there.
Yeah, I'm about 40 minutes from it, but yeah, it is really nice there. We just were there the other night, and yeah, it's a beautiful city. It's even though there's a lot of violence going on around the world, Nashville seems to still be pretty peaceful. Where I come from in Providence, it's trashed. It's all ghetto and a lot of homelessness and violence. But
yeah.
Anyways, you all have a great night. It was nice chatting with you both.
You too.
No problem.
Good to talk to
Thank you.
All right.
Join in whenever you'd like. You always got good stuff to add. Thank you. Brad mentioned in one of his comments that he had an elder for a father who beat his kids, like terribly bad. And nothing really happens with that. It's really part of the culture that children are physically abused and beaten and talked to degradingly, and just this it happens more than people realize. And it's just part of like I was often beat by my mother, and I never knew there was like something called CPS I could call. I just never knew. It was part of my culture, part of my life, That's just what would happen. I pretty much believed I deserved it because I was a bad girl.
I was just about to say, even if you knew about CPS, what are you going to do when you call them? Tell them that you were bad and got disciplined?
I know, right? This learned helplessness, and I've heard of many stories when children would go to elders and nothing. Then the parents would find out that they told on them, and it just got worse. It just got worse. But that's a very, very common thing. The responsibility to make sure a child becomes a baptized member of the organization, that's put on the parents. And it is expected. The governing body definitely teaches that. And the mothers, with what little power they have, there's a lot of responsibility that's given to them. So when a child doesn't become a baptized member, it's usually the mother's fault. It can be both, I'm not saying that's always the case, but I've noticed just it even looked, it wasn't until a friend of mine brought it up to me and mentioned what it looks like for the parents, amongst other parents, that they didn't raise their children up to be, good enough people. So they end up looking bad amongst their peers. They're the other people in the Kingdom Hall, if their children misbehave or don't become witnesses. There's that.
Well, can I add something that I remember happening?
Yes, please.
When me and my brother were complimented for being such good, obedient kids, it was as if it was my mother that was being complimented.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't being complimented. She was being complimented for making us such good, obedient kids. So the compliment had no bearing on us. She didn't give us the credit. She gave herself the credit for beating us into submission and being such good kids.
Yes.
Yes. I remember that, and it never sat well with me at all. But that's the way it was.
I agree. I agree.
I have to leave the call. I just had a quick comment if I could?
Sure. Who's this?
Yeah, I'd rather not say my name. You can just call me Mike.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I just wanted to share some good news with you. And like I said, I have to jump off the call and get some sleep. But so let me just say that it's not just us, but there's others involved too. But there's a group of very powerful, very influential people, not just influential and powerful in the United States, but internationally on the global stage. And the bottom line is this. The jig is up for Watchtower. It's over because, there's been some small victories and justice done here and there, but the time has arrived for full justice to be executed, and it is now. And it is going to happen sooner rather than later. So I just wanted to share that good news with everybody. And it's going to be hard. Yeah, it's going to be hard for people that are preemies, but they've got a great support group, right? Like people like us. So I just wanted to share that good news with everybody.
Thank you. And that is good news. And that's why I'm talking about this tonight, because however this happens, the members will feel incredibly abandoned. And
and I can assure you unequivocally, it with zero doubt, it's happening. So, yeah.
Hey Mike, how do you know this is going to happen for sure? I mean,
because I'm involved with it.
So you're involved with the New World Order?
No, I'm involved in shutting down the New World Order.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. But so these people have just who are these people?
I can't say. I can't give any names. I can't give any names. All I can do is ask you to rest assured. And the reason I even brought it up is because I wanted to ease people's minds, because we and these forums are critically, terribly important, and they'll go on because they need to, because they serve a purpose, and that purpose is good, and it's healing and helpful. But it's also necessary for people to understand that, injustices of this scale, it's way more than injustices. I mean, look, at the end of the day, they're satanic, murderous organization that's responsible for that's got more blood on their hands than you can fill fill the oceans, right? So justice is about to be served on them internationally. They will no longer exist. It'll be as bad for them as you can possibly imagine. And I'm talking about, the corporation and everybody involved in the corporation, not Jehovah's Witness members. They're going to have to rely on you to help comfort them and ease them through the process. That's all I can say right now.
I hope
when can we expect this? When can we
very
expect
soon.
this?
Very soon.
Like what soon?
I would say.
This is Susan. She requests specifics.
So within
it's
2 years.
less than 24 months.
So,
did you write a comment on Reddit about this?
I personally, no, I haven't.
Somebody on Reddit has kind of talked about this, and they talked about influential, powerful people and about a lawsuit against Watchtower that would hurt them.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with a lawsuit. It's about permanent shutdown, and it is happening 100% guaranteed.
Yeehaw.
I would assume it's happening with other organizations as well.
Just like to second that, yeehaw.
Yeehaw! Hey, I'm from Texas. That's what we say here.
Yeehaw!
We bring the evil to justice in Texas. That's what we do. So we're gonna hang them. We're gonna hang them high.
We love Texas.
Yeah. So
Texas is like
I got for you. Thank you so much.
A state of its own.
Well,
like it's.
Mike, and
yeah.
maybe you could write. Could you write Rick a little bit about this? Just
yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I can't give any names, but yeah, absolutely.
I get that, yeah.
Yeah.
You could write JW.
Hey, I'll give you. I'll give out my phone number if anybody wants to contact me personally.
Sure.
Can I do that here in this forum?
Yeah, you can if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to. Yeah. Okay.
Mike. Go.
So 737 742 0325.
Okay, well, Rick has been doing this for 17 or 18 years.
Oh yeah,
he would love to talk to you. He's been trying to help people.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him tomorrow or Monday.
Sounds good.
And if you want to share my number with him, feel free.
Okay, very good.
So yeah, it's not conjecture or speculation on my part, and I can't ask you to believe me. You don't know me from Adam, and so I don't expect that. I'm just telling you the good news, and it is happening. That's all I can. So look, the Creator's name is Yahuwah, or Yahuwah, depending on where you want to put the accent on what syllable, but before the Almighty Creator of the universe. Before Yahuwah, I guarantee you this is happening. So that's all I got.
We'll take your word, Mike.
All right, you guys have a lovely evening. Yeah, anybody that wants to call me, contact me. Feel free anytime.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a blessed evening.
You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you, Mike.
Whoa.
Yo.
So there will be wanderers that are true believers, when this goes down, which, it could or it might not. I mean, either way, when especially if they get abandoned, they're going to be wanderers that really need kindness to be given to them.
Well, it's good that you're here, Linda, for late nights, because I'm having a feeling if this takes place, it's going to be standing room only for you.
It's going to be lonely for me? Like I won't be doing the show.
Standing room only.
Oh, standing room. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And
If that would happen.
a lot of phobias will be brought to the surface at that time, because that's what's been brought up. That's what we were brought up with, and the phobias are part of keeping us within the group. You know, too scared to leave.
Yes. Oh, Linda, I would like to ask you something really quick, and I just as a side point, you know, Pixie is usually on every week, and she hasn't been on for several weeks. Is she on vacation, or should we be concerned?
She told us 2 weeks ago that she wouldn't be there last week. So for all I can figure is she might be just having a good time or time off like she said she was last week. But there's been many times when she's let me know that she's going to take a break or whatever. Through Messenger, she'll leave me those breaks. I need to ask Mike again, because he gave the phone number and I put it out on the chat. And I put 737. And might it be 727? Yes. Mike, if you're still listening.
737. It's 737 742 0325.
Okay. That's what I have.
Hey, she posted on Facebook 5 days ago. If that helps at all.
You put that number on Facebook?
No, Pixie posted to her Facebook 5 days ago.
Thank you.
So she is around.
Yeah.
It's just my concern, because I was hoping that nothing had happened to her. And if anyone was in touch with her, that they would make sure she's okay. That's all I was concerned about.
Thank you for that, Susan, because yeah, I mean, she says she's by herself, so that's a real concern. Thank you.
Well,
I can send a message to one of the magician groups that we both follow, just to make sure that she's okay, if you would like.
Well, thank you, Brad. That would be good. It would just kind of ease my you just get a little.
Yeah, no worries. She does disappear every now and again, though, I've noticed.
Yeah, she does take breaks.
But, just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll message her and I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you, Brad.
No worries.
Brad is like on it. He always comes up with stuff like, if we're talking a certain subject, he done Googled it, done read it. Oh, or else he made a phone call already. Oh my goodness. That's just the way he functions.
Full of energy.
I love it.
You guys are funny.
Hey, Linda, could I add something?
Sure.
Okay, I'm watching the TV and it's out of sync, so I didn't mean to interrupt if I was. Well, last I saw, I thought it was a week ago. Well, Pixie was saying things about feeling ashamed. I think it was during, like if you watch, I forgot the name, Gail's show, where the guy that was a hypnotist on there,
yes.
He was saying something, she was talking about feeling bad, like where she treats herself bad because of the, the guilt trip that we get all our lives as JW kids, and that she had a hard time, so she's trying to work on herself. That's what the whole thing was about, trying to help get better. But it kind of worried me the way she was saying. It sounded like she's going through something. So I'm glad you guys brought it up about her. Yeah, I was a little concerned with her saying that. Like I was thinking, oh my goodness, I hope she's okay. So I don't know if she's depressed or something. And I hope someone can check on her, I don't know how. I'm in California. So
You're where?
But anyway.
Where are you at?
So I just wanted to bring that in. And I also missed what I had to walk out. I missed what the whole thing that Mike was saying. Could you guys kind of give a little quickie of what he said is going to happen? I mean, or something?
So if I could just paraphrase it, he's involved with something that confirms that this organization will probably be done with soon, within the next 1 to 2 years. Like, because it sounds to me like things are finally going to catch up with the organization to where it's going to go down.
I mean, like, like everybody's going to find out all this stuff. I've sure been catching stuff.
I'm not sure, and I think it's more about
things I've been noticing. Like, it's almost like they talk in codes, the brothers. I'm not kidding. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but there was it was a XTW doing a video with the brother that did the thing where we will never do the 2-witness rule, change it, and all that. Well, he's wearing a ring that, to me, I think it's one of those rings, and every time he talked with that hand, it always talked like he was saying the brotherhood is going to fix it, which could be a different thing than the brotherhood, It sounded like he just kept using his other hand to say something else, but every time he lifted that one hand and stuck it up there, it looked like he was saying something like, almost like it's, kind of what everybody, the conspiracy stuff, but it was just very odd every time. So, I mean, that's just like an odd thing, but he sure wasn't sweet. He's an older man, and I just kept noticing his face, just no sweetness about him. And here it's about children and, the rules and how they have to do certain rules, but you don't see any kindness there. And I'm thinking, wow, aren't they supposed to be kind? Anyway, but I don't know. It was just so weird too, just rewatching that video. And anyway, but that, just looking in the financial stuff, to see who they're tied to all kinds of things that are not good for us. And, and then the recent the recent book, the Shepherd the Flock book. And like I said on Rick's show, like if someone was with their husband or wife, or they went and did fornication, supposedly that would bring reproach on, Jehovah, and his Holy Spirit would be out of the congregation if nobody told. And remember, everybody has to tell on each other, because if they don't, his Holy Spirit won't be there. Well, then why, when there's those, CSA going on and nothing gets done, how is the Spirit supposedly there, at all? So there were just so many things that I keep catching or thinking about that I've brought them up with my family member, that I still right now am here, because I'm in a situation where I have to be here, but it's hard because the JW person is always, acting unkind that way, like, oh, you left Jehovah, and here you see them doing stuff that is just not good. And anyway, so it's just hard with the whole thing, but so you keep finding something and you're thinking, well, that's not good for Jehovah, but anyway.
Exactly.
All right, well, I just wanted to say that, and I hope she is okay. I forgot we went on the other subject, but I do hope Pixie is okay, because she's older, and she's usually on. So what is going on? But and about the brother, not the brother, Mike. I had to walk out, and I totally missed it. I do think I might call to ask more if I can, but anyway, thank you for letting me talk. Sorry, I get so nervous when I call in.
Oh, you're perfect. You're perfect. Everything you said was perfect. I love the fact that you're saying if it applies over here, why doesn't it apply over there? And it should.
Yeah, I mean,
it just should.
It
I mean,
should.
really.
I mean, actually, and that my family
Wouldn't
members
we want to?
didn't say anything about it. Like, yeah, like,
How is leaving it private that?
I mean, that's the most annoying thing. I agree so wholeheartedly with what you just said.
Thank you.
I mean, like,
we have to tell
as
them the
a,
stupidest things.
I mean, as an example, where my brother was abused within the org, when I confronted my mum and dad about it, my mum said, you know, like, taking this person to court or saying anything will bring reproach to Jehovah's name. But it's like hiding pedophilia is going to bring reproach to Jehovah's name way worse.
Yeah.
How doesn't it apply to that? What are you talking about, you crazy woman?
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, I totally
say.
agree. Hypocrisy is the worst thing about it. That's the thing that annoyed me the most about everything.
Hurts, huh? They even think that all these children are, no one's stopping it, or they aren't anyway. So every day, you know, someone's getting hurt. For me, that tortures me because something happened in our family, and I was the one. I was the one who did go to the police. I did. When I found out it was an in-law, and I did that, and everyone turned on me. Everyone.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
I mean, I'm going to protect my kids or my relative kids, you know, and that was, and the kids said thank you for being there for me, you know. No one else did.
Oh, that's so sweet.
But and I tell my family members, if we can't do that, what good are we? If we aren't going to protect the little ones, and I say, how are they're shepherds, you know, blah, blah. If they can't protect the little ones, what can they do? What are they doing? And then last I heard, they said to stay in violent homes. I was a wife of one violent, you know, and I had to leave. And my mom was too. And I said, you know, if he were still here, you would be expected to stay in it.
Absolutely.
And she didn't say anything, but you know, and the thing is, I know they had an assembly a wake, I think, that talked about child abuse and violence in relationships or marriages, and that it's always going to escalate, and so to get out of it type of thing, right? But that was an awake, so that was for the public. But then the Watchtower study, I had gone to one of the last meetings I went to, I think it was 2018 or 17, it said to stay in it. It even if they're violent.
Yes.
I was like, are you kidding me?
Yes.
And that's really going to have God's Holy Spirit is there? Are you kidding me?
I've heard more than one wife ask elders.
They're under a spell. And then when they say, like my family member won't let me ask questions biblical, because apparently I'm Satan's helper or something.
Right.
But whatever I say, it's to bring out, to expose something bad. How is that being Satan's helper? Wouldn't he be saying, yeah, you go, the girl, you know, keep doing it, you know? And I'm saying, hey, that's happening. That's bad, you know. I'll bring out when there's a lie and try to show it. And no,
Then you become the bad guy. You become the bad guy.
Won't do a scripture, or won't let me mention some. I can't remember why. Like sometimes I'll have a question. It's a family member that I used to go to for advice, but no, I'm not good enough to ask a question. And the thing is, this person made me this way. Made me want to ask questions, or made me want to think about things, and even just philosophize about such things, you know, maybe what's out there or something, you know. But I'm not allowed to ask those questions because I'm somehow saying, I don't know, because I left Jehovah, you know.
Right.
I don't know what's
that
going on.
doesn't mean you're a second class citizen. You're not a second class citizen.
But that's how I am being treated. It's my mom.
Yes, I can tell.
And
I can tell you're being treated that way, and that's just plain wrong. That's just plain wrong. You are a person. You have just as many rights to be on this earth and breathe this air as they do.
And I'm almost 60, okay, and I still don't know anything. I don't. I'm Kimmy's age, exactly. Kimmy, Mike, and Kimmy. I'm exactly her age. But you know, so my mom's older, so I have to, you know, always talk to her with care and everything. But like, it's so unkind because all the rest of us, they all left, but because I was baptized. No, I'm the evil one, you know.
Oh, you're the evil one,
and I left everything to come here to take care of her.
I was just going to ask you if you were
something
this person's caretaker.
Here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said I was just going to ask you if you were that person's caretaker.
I am.
Okay.
And I'm always thinking of her, but whenever she like says anything, she doesn't care. It's really weird. And she'll laugh at me.
Yes, there's that.
And
it's a mocking laugh.
She'll like make fun of me.
Yes. I used to get that too from my Bible study conductors when I would ask questions just like you are. So if this is this way, how does that work over here with this? Help, you know, like help me understand. Oh no, then they mock you, and next thing you know, you're demonized. They don't answer the question, you know. And you, I heard you call in earlier, and you also mentioned that like the elders don't even give like a scripture of comfort to the children. And
no, they don't. Well, at least a lot of the times, the one who married Case 29 girl in Australia, I think the husband there, he's got a big beard. He's so sweet. I could tell. Like
they got married. Yes.
And he said that they tell him no, don't give comfort to the child. But then when you see the book, because I have the Watchtower right in here somewhere. Right, get away.
Like you're talking BGC,
the one that
BGC or something.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's hard to hear you. I keep talking over you.
Please go on.
It's very low. My phone's turned down. But, well, the Watchtower was talking about how to look after the abuser's spiritual needs, but you don't hear it say, and if it's the husband, you know, it doesn't say, well, look after the wife and the child that was the victim. No, it doesn't say that at all, does it? It never brings it up, I don't think. And that's what that brother was saying too, is they when he wanted to give it the desk at the what do you call it, the center, you know, I forgot what it's called, the writing department or whatever, said don't give her any advice or any scriptural comfort, but he did it anyway. And so it's like, why is it always helping? And I mentioned that to my mom, you know, and she's like, oh, well, it's to change them. Yeah, right. So anyway, I didn't mean to take over the whole conversation.
What you brought up is really vital. I mean, it's really, really vital because the reasons that you end up hearing from the leadership almost divert you away from the victims and how the victims end up being treated through these situations, whether it's a child or whether it's an adult wife. I mean, I've heard more than one time where a wife will ask the elders, so what if he kills me? And elders will say, then you've died faithful. What the hell?
Get that. That's terrible, because the kids also, if they're there, they could either they're going to learn and become like the abuser, or they will probably become like the wife and be set up in a victim situation. So that they're watching too if there are children. So even if the wife supposedly was going to be brought back, what's going to happen with all the children? because they
Exactly.
get what they call vicarious abuse. That means they watched it, and so they were mentally harmed by seeing it.
The trauma
It's
of watching it,
That's
yes.
another name.
It's very traumatic, which is why people such as ourselves or in groups like these deal
Yes.
with something called complex PTSD from the trauma.
Yep, I have that. I feel like I have that too.
Yeah.
I had terror dreams always too. And I was like the child that kept all night trying to think, if something happened, I'm going to try to talk to them and fix it. This little tiny kid thinking this stuff because since I was little, and I'm almost 60. And 1975 did happen, okay? But
I used to think the same kinds of things.
All the terrors that were brought up, told over and over, they're doing it again, by the way. Are you loyal? Are you loyal? Are you loyal? They're hard. I feel like they're doing is they're, what's that called? Radicalizing them.
Yes.
Are you loyal? Are you going to obey? Are you going to obey? They're drumming it in their heads with something. I feel like I hate to say it. I don't know. I might be imagining it, but I feel like they're leading up to something. And it's, they're trying to get everyone hardened. And I think it's working.
Thank you for saying that.
Hardened.
Thank you for saying that. Getting them hardened. It's like desensitizing them to situations that would normally, they teach them to push down their natural instincts, push down the hurt, suck it up. They don't get to have it.
Yeah.
It hardens them.
Like for me, with what happened with my children, I made, arrangements, and the person wasn't a witness, but it was in the family, so it somehow had an effect, and the brothers didn't do anything because of that part, but everyone in the family turned on me and everything, and but the things I still to this day try to rethink it. What could I have done? How could I, and the thing is, it's if supposedly God's Holy Spirit was there. One thing happened with an older family member too. There was two different items. Okay, so one was the older family member had my daughter on his lap, and he tried to do something at a Kingdom Hall, and I didn't know until sort of noticed something was weird, and he was holding her, and then I grabbed her, what are you doing? It's a little inappropriate. You're holding, I don't know, but that's at a Kingdom Hall, and and he wasn't a witness, but how could God's Holy Spirit even be there? And then they go with the abuser, we did do a court thing. Everybody sat with him and said,
wait a minute.
My family.
This person wasn't a Jehovah's Witness?
Pardon me? This person that one that tried to do that was my mom's dad. So he wasn't a witness, but because she is, everybody was there for her, but nobody was there for me and my children.
That is just unfreaking believable.
It's just so messed up, And
you're the one who's shamed for saying the truth.
To me. Yep. And she was later apologizing for failing me, and he ended up doing something to my little sister, which I also protected her, and my mom hated me for doing that because it made her get in some issues, and that happened not around me, but she told me, so I told my therapist who did something about it. Well, so anyway, later, my mom, I'm sorry, and all this, but now she keeps taking the wrong side, taking their side. And oh, the two in this world, that's God's thing. Well, I go, well, what about the scripture that's only a few, verses away, where the woman in the field, even whatever that the lawyer, I forgot, in Australia, I think he or McClellan brought
Angus.
that up. That's
Angus Stewart.
perfect scripture.
He brought that up. Angus Stewart.
Couldn't scream. No one could hear her. That's a perfect scripture, and that would protect all the kids if you just apply it. They couldn't scream, or they were in a, where they weren't able to because of fear or something. There we go. There's a perfect thing that God put there. Oh, but no. And if you look at Jeffrey Jackson, when he's asking that to him, he keeps evading the question. He never answers it. Yeah, if you go back and look at it, I think it's day 8. I'm going to technically have it in my witness. It's so upsetting. Oh, and then Jeffrey Jackson also, they ask him, about women, he's like, they don't feel less. I did, He's saying, talking for us, saying, oh, we understand. We don't feel like we're they're misogynist to us. And I'm thinking, what are you talking about? Yes, I did. But he's speaking through laughing and so frustrating.
Yep. And they
they
asked him about corporal punishment as well, and he made the same faces and laughing. Man, if I could have gone through that screen at that moment.
Yep.
Oh my God, I hate that. I hate that man.
Yes. And I used to like him before that, but no more. Ooh. Yes.
There was a comment
I
he
was
said.
so angry when he said that one bit. I was like, I wanted to call up my dad, hold the phone loudly over it, and go, you need to give this guy a call because he doesn't follow the same religion you do.
Yeah. Who doesn't remember?
Go punch Jeffrey Jackson in the face. What did you spend your whole life punching me for? You should have been punching this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Totally.
I'm right there with you on that one.
Yeah, I totally and then I've talked to my mom about it. She's like, he didn't lie. Yes, he did. And then I tell her about the brother Loesch. He does a whole a talk on jw.org. He says if you say a certain thing and you mislead someone to make them believe a certain thing, that's also lying. And so, and then if you lie by omission, or if you, just there's different ways of lying. And so there were a lot of different things that Jeffrey did. He also he never could answer correctly, and they had to keep saying, you're not answering the question. He's like, oh, sorry. And he's the language guy.
Right.
He didn't understand anything. Like, if you rewatch his day, and that was the 2015 one, but if you rewatch it, he didn't understand anything. He kept, or it was all fake, but he kept.
Oh no, he understood.
Misunderstanding.
He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew
I
exactly.
think it was,
but it was what's laughable is that he thought anyone believed him.
Yeah.
That's a stupid thing, a corporal punishment. What's that? I've never even heard of that. What are you talking about?
The first thing he says is, me personally, no. And then he goes on to the question.
Huh?
Check it out.
And the drawings show the little kid. I mean, I can remember it from very vividly. I mean, I remember even back with the Paradise book had wicked pictures in there. All the books do.
Yes.
And I actually think they have sigils in there or something. If you use a mirror, you could see all these horned characters. And it's not just one way, like left or right. It's turning every which way. And it seems like there are all kinds of evil things, like ugly faces in all the pictures. And I'm an artist, and I can't draw something and make that happen.
What kind of things do you like to do artist-wise?
Oh, I do portraits and I do landscapes and stuff, and I do a lot of resin art. My hands are burning too, just because I do that.
You do some resin art as well?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like bracelets and little things, and I don't know, and I do jewelry and stuff.
That is so awesome. Did you say you're from California? Did you say you're in California?
Northern, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm probably outing myself.
I've been doing some resin stuff. Let me see here. I had something.
I'm
I already
sort of
watched
like
it.
mode. In a way, I haven't gotten, you know.
Oh, I made these earrings from resin. Aren't they cute?
What did?
I don't know if you can see them, but I made these earrings out of resin.
Oh,
Isn't that darling?
Oh, those are really cute. Yeah.
I've been having a good time working with resin.
Oh, those are really cute. I've been making up new things. I did like bracelets with little butterflies that I did first.
Yes.
I mean, and I made I've done some games. I've done chessboard, and I did a Scrabble game for my daughter, and then I did the Chris tic-tac-toe game for my granddaughters.
I would love to see some of your stuff. If you could look me up on, if you look me up on Facebook, maybe you can show me some of it.
I haven't got an account, right? I locked myself out.
Oh goodness, I've done this happens. Okay, but I would love to see some of your stuff sometime.
Okay, I was on there. I'm afraid to say it on the TV. On the TV, on the phone. I'm afraid to say everything because I'm just sure I'll get DF'd. But maybe I can get on your YouTube and then give you a clue or something like.
What about Instagram? Are you on Instagram?
And you know who knows me? Danny. Okay, you could ask her, and if you talk to her in private.
Donna.
Danny.
Danny.
On here.
Danny Bear.
Danny Bear. Yes. I was trying to think of that name she uses.
Okay.
Details, but the reason it's because I haven't formally, left.
Yes. Okay.
If they're scouring the videos.
May I have permission to ask her for your, or would you please ask her for my number? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, my permission.
Okay. Same here.
I have been getting depressed because of the situation I told you. So
well, yeah.
I've been kind of like isolated because of that.
It's defeating. You're bringing up logic, but you're bad.
Pardon me?
It's it feels defeating. You're the only one in the room making sense, but you're demonized. This is a very defeating experience.
Okay, how come everything I'm talking about, it's something that, that the Bible is condemning, and if you're following the Bible, well, shouldn't that also, make sense then? And everything, the last thing my mom said was, I said, hey, we're not supposed to have hate. And then Brother Morris is saying to hate, hate the XJW. But Jesus said to love your enemies. And then he was, instead of shunning, he was even sitting with like people of bad repute places, And,
right.
And I said, I'm losing my thought. Hang on. But, I lost my thought, darn it.
It's going to come back to you, but I agree with you. You're making too much sense. This is your problem. Isn't it horrible? You make too much sense. Therefore, you have to be dehumanized, demeaned, and discredited and dismissed. In other words, shut up with you and your logic. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. That's the gaslighting part.
Yes.
It's easier to make you look crazy or to feel crazy and stupid than it is to answer questions that they know they do not have answers to.
Yeah. He said it the best.
When I had left, but I still was a Jehovah's Witness sympathizer, and my parents were still trying to get me back in and that nonsense. I gave them every opportunity because I'm good at arguing. I'm good at figuring out details. I gave them every opportunity where they could use certain things, like, maybe Jehovah thinks this, or he thought this, and that's why he did that. No, you're being a weirdo. I can't believe you're thinking like that, Brad. Wow, that is crazy talk. Like, that's no crazier than what you just told me.
Exactly.
And you give them every opportunity. Like Jehovah's Witnesses shouldn't be able to get attacked by demons. It's a legal loophole. It just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be able to happen because anytime a Jehovah's Witness is attacked by demons, they can just call out to Jehovah. Jehovah will save them, and then they know they're in the right religion. Because Jehovah helps them. They know that. And it would also make sense that Catholics constantly get attacked by demons, because if they're the wrong religion, then demons would want you to think that was the right religion. And no, that's crazy talk, Brad. Don't know what you're talking about. You're a crazy guy. You come up with the craziest ideas. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Like, come on. It can't be. It's not the craziest thing you've ever heard. It's not even the craziest thing you've said.
And you're logically and creatively trying to make sense of it.
Yeah. In any way you possibly can, and they won't let you. They just refuse to let you make sense of it.
Yeah. Well, that's good to know, because I thought it was just, well, what the heck? And then they'll try to act like...
No, you're not crazy.
You're not.
They're crazy.
It's not you, darling. He's right.
Basically, it came down to my bad. What? You're going to get a punch for that. That's all it was.
Oh, no.
Because that's not an answer. That doesn't refute anything.
It's to shut him up. Yeah. And
I'm not going to ask again, and I want to carry it with me till the day I die.
Are you familiar with what gaslighting is? Have you? Do you know what gaslighting is?
Sorry, Linda.
I was asking her if she knew what gaslighting was.
Well, I know sort of, but sometimes it's hard to tell that's what they're doing.
It's exactly that.
My mom has to say things like,
it looks just like that. It's kind of hard to tell what they're doing. And I'm not quite sure.
Because somebody else.
And it's to make you doubt yourself.
Oh, my phone's terrible. I have my TV turned down so that I don't make an interference. The phone's terrible.
I'm sending you kisses.
Have you ever heard of night where you can't move? What do you call that?
I call it in the room.
Night terrors. Night terrors?
Well, yeah, but it's like where...
It's also called like a paralysis.
Sleep paralysis.
Thank you.
Okay. I used to get that, but when I was a witness, not now. Like, what the heck, And
just for the audience, if you ever experience it, let yourself fall back to sleep a little bit, and then you'll wake up soon and you won't have it. That's just, I wanted to let the audience know. If you feel sleep paralysis, which you feel like you can't move, you can hear everything in the room, but you can't move, you can't scream. I call it in the room, but it is called night paralysis. So let yourself fall back to sleep and you'll wake up and be able to move. Okay. There's that.
It can also be accompanied by the feeling of a dark presence.
Yeah.
There's a very famous painting called The Nightmare. It shows a lady sleeping and she has a little demon on her chest.
Yeah.
That is about sleep paralysis. Something very common is that you feel like there's a dark presence either on you, holding you down. Jehovah's Witnesses always think they're being attacked by demons when that happens.
So, one thing I make sure never to do is never to sleep on my back. Always sleep on my side. and then try never to get too exhausted, because it would happen on those times. And but at the same time, it did stop after, not being a J-dub. And it's like you call Jehovah's name, but Jehovah isn't God's name. That's a misnomer that, the Jesuit priest named it.
That's right.
That. And that's the one that actually, okay, so I actually have seen the Golden Dawn book, which is, it's actually like it got magic in there. And I didn't know what it was. And it was just in the archive.org. I didn't have the book. But I kind of browsed it, and it had Jehovah in there with all this other bad stuff. And it was like you can do omens or something with that name. And so to me, and that's the Freemasons' favorite name, and then apparently other Satanists kind of use that name too. And it doesn't do anything, doesn't protect. So for me, to me, it's not the name. I don't know what God's name is supposed to be, but I think it's more like Yahuwah or Yahweh or something else. But the fact that they put that other name that's been used in, I was studying archaeology, and it was in an archaeological book, and I didn't open that book till I got out of archaeology, and left, and the book had incantations to demons, and that book had that name in there. I threw it away. And I don't think that I got any demons in the house or whatever, but
That's fear indoctrination.
But,
fear indoctrination. The organization makes it sound like demons and the devil has all this power and can do all these things to you.
They do.
And what is your power in Christ? There's really not much of that being taught.
Never bring that up.
Carrie got on it earlier tonight and said that an elder came into her store where she sold used furniture and stuff, and he bought shoelaces. And I'm thinking, isn't he afraid there's going to be a demon attached to these shoelaces? It took everything I had not to ask her this.
That just reminded me of Goat-like Personality story where he's at a flea market and he's asking his mom as a kid, if I get this, will it bring demons come home with me? Everything he was picking up asking, are demons connected with this, Mom? And she's embarrassed.
As she should be. But it just...
I know, talk about being preoccupied as kids, and we totally were up here in Northern California, totally.
It was always on our minds.
So even Sister Fister, she even talked about it. She's in Tennessee, I just wonder, are all of us like that?
Sister Fissler was somebody who...
they preoccupy it. You're preoccupied with it,
Yes.
They make you that way.
She's a YouTube, she has a channel, and she would talk about all these different subjects and talk away, trying to make sense of it, and then come up with this other conclusion, wouldn't this be more logical? And she would play the piano and come up with these musical parodies and stuff. She was hilarious. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was cute. Yeah. I like that because a lot of things she said would trigger little memories of things that were very similar in our life here, and I moved to a lot of different places in this area, and it was so that way everywhere it went. It wasn't just one congregation did it all. They did it in all of them,
if they have us scared to death of a Smurf doll, come on. They've got us scared crapless over everything.
Right. And then remember, before that it was trolls.
Yes.
Trolls, the little trolls. When we were little, at least I was, when I was around, I was born in 63, so late 60s, early 70s, the trolls were big, and now they're back to being big, but they were wicked, you know. And this neighbor gave us this little cricket thing, and my mom thought he was demonized because he was schizophrenic. And so she buried them, took it out and buried the things, and that was like he had given one of us like something like a troll or something. And so she made sure all the stuff got out. You know? I mean, it's just so weird. All these, it's embarrassing, some of the things
right?
we had to do because of being witnesses.
And you're still facing some. You're still facing some, and so yeah, that's too bad. And what's really upsetting.
I do feel like she's waking up.
You think so?
I mean, yeah, I do. But she's been in since she was 20.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they're not even being there for her. They're very negligent. I feel like they just forget she's there, you know.
That's when, you know,
I mean,
you call upon your family, even if they're spiritually weak or disfellowshipped or whatever, because they pretty much, once you are not as useful as you used to be, the neglect will happen. I mean, sometimes that's not the case, but what I've seen and heard is that is the usual. Like earlier tonight, Rick was talking about how they're trying to stop having Zoom meetings, okay? My mother just turned 80. My mother just turned 80. And I'm trying to convince her, like, 80 is the new 60 or something. And she's, you know, she's tired. And she's not going to get up and be going to meetings all the time, but maybe she will for the memorial. The thing that she used to do with me every year was invite me, and I'd be like, okay, Mom, but I will partake. And that was it. That's all I had to say. Scared the crap out of her, and she didn't pursue it any further. Because you know how humiliating that will be for her? Having her daughter next to her partaking?
Never stop. It'll be the talk forever with them, you know?
Right?
You know,
so there's a little thing you can say, anybody that has a parent inviting you or a family member, you can just be like, well, thank you, but just know that I will partake. And just be like freaked out.
Yeah, that will. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's the last. There was a kind elder, this newly appointed elder, has been in now a few years. And he's super sweet. And I keep so bad wanting to show him things. I did talk to him when I last reported, was 2018. And I told him about the Australian Royal Commission and just a few things I noticed. And he didn't do anything about it, like bad, you know, but he was offering a shepherding, and I said, no, please don't. I don't want that, you know. I'm too nervous. I have anxiety, you know, or something. And so anyway, the only thing I've seen is he'll, you know, give an invite to the memorial or something. But it makes me sad because he was a really honest-hearted person, he and his wife, and I'm scared that they're changing him too, you know. And so I've kind of just been on the down low, kind of feel like I'm in limbo. That's what it feels like, limbo. And even though I know I'm right, like to not be in there, I'm glad I got out. I would never go back, you know. But I do feel like it, you know. I feel sad because I feel like my mom would actually be happier if she knew, you know, what's going on, and then she actually, you know, did things differently. Like in her last time years, she could, you know, get more friends that would be better with her because they're all like just forgetting about her. Only when she does Zoom service, they're there for her, you know.
That's actually was a cool thing that happened during the pandemic. Was they would get on Zoom and do letter writing. And what would happen is they'd be visiting at the time. That's what I'm talking about when I say that was really cool. Because I think, especially for older people that aren't getting out. I mean, when the pandemic started, it was like, look, the ones that are at the worst risk are the older ones. So don't go nowhere. And if you're related to them, don't go see them, because you don't want to give them the pandemic. You don't want to give them that. So they were definitely isolated more so than most. So when I heard about her getting to be on the phone with other people from the hall and doing letter writing or whatever, I got to hear about the socializing. That made me happy that she was having that socializing. The social, that's so important.
Yeah, that's the good part. I think someone likes that. But I don't, the thing is though, personally, they don't do anything with her any other way. That's the only way, is by phone. And I don't know, I think if she had, I feel like in another way of a different life, she would have had real, companionship. And then if she was going to stay a believer or whatever, she could have the, if you just read the Bible or the New Testament mainly, you would think about the lotus light and all that kind of stuff that Jesus said, and not all this work yourself to death, and maybe you'll be fulfilled,
Right.
Like they're Pharisaic, and I feel like she would get a totally different message if she just obeyed at least what she believes, with the Bible itself. It wouldn't be this, because she would always say, I don't know if I'll make it in the new system. I'll probably never make it. Why?
That is hard to hear. Your parents say that, and that's the struggle in their head, or anybody within this organization. They never feel as though they're good enough at all.
No. And then I tell her that I never felt good enough, and I had anxiety attacks at the hall. She said, that's, not true. You're the only one who felt like that. Sure. And I say that.
How discounting is that?
Good enough. Pardon me?
Wow, how discounting is that?
That's the stuff she always tries to make me think. Oh no, you're the only one. Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I said, pardon me. I didn't mean to interrupt you all the time. Sorry.
My mother does the same kind of thing, and it's discouraging. It's defeating.
Yeah.
It's humiliating.
Your religion. Go something about my religion to make fun of me. I'm like, what religion? I don't have a religion. She's always saying that, trying to. It's. I think it's just to. Well, it's persecution, if anything.
Thank you. It's very us and them. And that's how they taught her to think of you. When you don't even have that's fascinating. So true. Wow.
Yeah, but it is really hard. I know, some of it, I think it's what they tell them to say, or something. But one thing I said, if someone's trying to trick you and teach you something, because I noticed that media is doing a lot of this kind of stuff where they get you emotional and they don't give you any logic. They won't give you any evidence of something, but they'll tell you and just get your reaction. And then they'll do some kind of how you don't want to look stupid, do you? That kind of thing. Or be a conspiracy theory or something like that, But then they don't want you to be logical. And what I was trying to say, that's what the brothers are doing, And so I'm so if you want to notice if someone's giving you true things, they would use logic, and they wouldn't just get your emotional response. They would, want you to think about it. And so I was trying to get her to maybe think, oh, okay, because I have tried to show evidence of things and show that it's not, apostates don't just tell half truths and all that kind of thing. I said, Mom, that they're showing every evidence of something that's in the publications itself, or, and then when I look at the publication, there it is,
Okay, I think I know what it is that Mom's thinking. Because we were taught back in the day that, I think I know what Mom's thinking. I think we were taught back in the day that apostates would try to get people to follow them, or maybe start their own religion, or be part of another religion. So there's a competition between the organization and every other religion out there, or every other belief system out there. And you're right, these hateful things are said, yet they go to court for hate speech on them when they're talking so much hatefulness and literally, telling you to hate what God thinks is bad. Like they're teaching the hate. Yet they don't want hate speech on them.
Yeah. One of the things is she said hate. I said hate. God doesn't. So we're supposed to hate what is bad. Not to hate everybody. Maybe hate the action of something, but not hate the person. Like, or not like it or whatever. But I said hate is the opposite of love, and she goes, no, it isn't. What? And so she kept saying, no, it's like as if there's a degree of it. And I go, no, Mom, in all, like if you look at antonyms, synonyms, that's love, hate, opposite, And she kept saying, no. Well, so to the point I wanted to call in and ask, is it? Because she's like sitting there telling me over and over it wasn't. Well, then later she says, oh, I said it was, and this other thing. I'm like, no. No. Like she's messing with my mind.
Wow.
Playing mind games on me. But then, I'm like, the thing is, it's like a Twilight Zone. It's like all the things that I know to be true, she's like trying to discredit them, Lying is bad. What? What are you talking
I know
about?
exactly what you're saying.
That's the gaslighting. It's supposed to make you feel like you live in the Twilight Zone. Like you're the crazy
going
person.
on here.
Nobody thinks that. How can anybody think something so logical and also so crazy? That's what it is.
The
truth is, every sane person thinks like this.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's really hard because I have been kind of stuck alone with that, and I have been isolated. So it's like, what friends? I got one friend, and now it makes me so depressed I don't call her. I'm losing my friends. I did lose. I had a network of friends outside. I'm not going to say worldly, but you know what I mean. And when I was there, I saw I was doing right in 2010 or 2011. And I just stopped communicating on Facebook. And then I got locked out. And I couldn't get back in when I wanted to. And because I had an old email. So I just gave up and didn't try anymore. But so I feel guilty, like I was a bad friend. I let him go. I really, and then I woke up, of course, found out the truth about the truth. And so I don't feel like I even deserve those friends now, because I just came here to help her, but to try to do the right thing. Remember, 2012 was maybe the end. And
Mayan calendar, yes. 12/21.
Yes.
12. I remember this.
Yes. And the elder was saying the last slurp of the drain, he was saying,
Oh, wow.
I fell for it. I made a stupid decision, Oh, yeah, and I was at a university, and I almost got my bachelor's. Oh, but no, I didn't, because she kept calling and guilt tripping me, and then calling my brother, who would call and yell at me and forever talk till I would be crying, and then I would.
This happens. This
midterm.
happens within the org. I'm not kidding you. What you're talking about happens, and they think that they're like doing you a good favor to sabotage this. It's horrible.
Yeah. And the other day she's like, yeah, it was wrong of you to go to college. I was like, what? No, it helped me to learn how to do research. It helped, because I was naive as could be growing up. And I got hurt for being naive at times, you know, be taking advantage some way, you know, not in a bad, terrible way, but, you know, I made stupid decisions, you know, and so I still pay for anything I might have done stupid. Well, it was college that helped me, you know, to figure out things, you know, how to do proper research to know logic, or to be able to tell, because she thinks they turn me on Jehovah, you know. So she said that's why I shouldn't have gone. But
that's what
I'm glad I went.
Morris taught
so much.
The members. This is interesting. The opposite of love is not hate. There's more. It is indifference.
Where are you reading that?
Google.
Oh, Google. Okay. It isn't.
It's indifference. But to me, indifference is
it, right?
it's pretty, I don't know, just don't care, you know?
You know, yeah, it's not enough love or whatever.
But there's a few different definitions that are saying that, you know. But remember, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is fear. That's one.
Oh, okay.
Love and hate, they aren't opposites. It's not a zero-sum game where the more of one means the less of the other. Both feelings can stir, as they inevitably do. But, you know, look it up. I looked up what is the opposite of love, and these are the things that are coming up, you know.
Do you think that's a new definition put in there, though? Like, it seems like they're changing definitions, like, all of a sudden, like, almost like there's rules are being changed or something with different words and stuff, like, maybe so that everybody kind of, like, accepts different things. It's like it's morphing a little or something like that. I feel like, or would you say?
I hear what you're saying.
Do you get what I mean? I don't mean like.
Yeah. It's almost like
I feel like it's just little by little they're kind of explaining it differently or something. I don't know, but I kind of grew up.
I've always heard that indifference was the opposite of love. Specifically because if you hate somebody, you have to care about that. You care about the thing, so you hate them. Where indifference is the absence of caring at all.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
Yes.
But the Oxford Dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary does say the opposite of love is hate.
Yeah, so I always thought that, you know, love, hate.
Mm-hmm. But it does make sense in that if you don't care about something completely, that would be the opposite of love, because there's just no caring attached to it whatsoever.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just like frustrating when someone does the gaslighting, because for me, I can't always tell that's what's going on, or I don't know, maybe it's just the way, like, she's older, so the way she'll see it.
Well, that's the whole point.
Ridicule.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the gaslighting, to make you think more about who you are than about the very logical question that you have to ask that they're refusing to answer.
Yeah.
And then I just know.
Mm-hmm.
So you ask me a very logical. Hey, Brad, where are you from? In Australia. Right, and I say, you are a crazy person. Why are you asking me something so so offensive. I can't believe you asked me something so crazily offensive. You know, you're one of the most offensive people I know now. See, if I pushed that hard enough, you would think that I was offended by that very simple question, right? And you would go, whoa, what did I do? I didn't know that was offensive. I can't. And you would immediately put it on yourself. Yeah. But no, that was just me being a dickhead.
Forget the whole point of it, which is probably the objective, huh?
Which is to just ask me where I'm from, right? But now you don't even know the question. Now you're like worried about your morals and everything.
That's what. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Okay, so gaslighting is demonic, because Jesus says, "Let your yes be yes and your no be no," and anything outside of that is from the devil, or the evil one, from the evil one. So what happens is, like, you say, we never went to the moon, and the other person says, oh, you're just a conspiracy theory. You see, so one person is saying yes or no, we didn't go, but the other person who's gaslighting you isn't telling you yes or no. He's gaslighting you. He's throwing doubt, and he won't answer the question. He insults you. So this is why Jesus was right. He said, this is why Jesus is God, because he's the Word of God. He said, let your yes be yes and your no be no. And so when people refuse to answer the question and they name call you, they call you a conspiracy theorist, they call you an apostate, mentally diseased, they're avoiding the question at hand. It's called gaslighting, like the caller said. And that's from the evil one. And this is how you know someone's not evil. They may be wrong, but they're not evil. Like they may have a bad opinion, right? And that opinion is not like, you can think of a myriad of bad opinions, but it doesn't make him an evil person because he has a bad opinion. What makes a person evil is when they will not say yes to yes or no no. They twist it, and that's what demons do. They're always playing with the language, twisting the words. So no, that's all.
So I just found out that this thing that I kept reading about, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. That's actually a quote of someone that someone said. Ellie Wessel, Wiesel, Ellie Wessel. So it's a quote of his. So that's what we've been hearing. So I'm also looking up meaning like something
familiar. I can't remember.
Autonomous of love, hate, dislike, disgust, hatred, spite, animosity, bother, resentment. So those are autonomous with love. So all these things I've been reading has actually been a quote of someone, not like a definition. This is the quote of this guy who I'm looking at him, and the quote that he said: the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. The opposite of art is not ugliness, it's indifference. The opposite of faith is not heresy, it's indifference. And the opposite of life is not death, it's indifference. So this is a quote from Ellie Wessel, Wiesel.
Wow.
So that was not a fact, it's a quote. So
wow. Something to think about too.
Yeah, that's interesting the way he put it like that. And then this Thesaurus Plus, they have these two little birds, right? One has a baseball hat, and one has like a hat from graduating college or high school or whatever. You know how you put on your graduation outfit? He's wearing that kind of hat. So the one with the baseball hat says, what is the opposite of love story? The one in the graduation hat says dislike, hate, hatred, truth, nonfiction, tragedy. So there's that. So, I think that Brad is right. It's hard to hate something that you have not yet loved. if I don't care about somebody to begin with, I probably wouldn't hate them. But once you've loved them, the hate is more of a thing, you know?
Yeah, like intense emotion,
Absolutely.
intense feeling. If you don't care, you're not going to do that, you know?
And quite often you hate that person or thing because you loved it so much. That's why you hate it so much.
Yeah, yeah. So what for me, when like my mom will say something like, "Oh, Satan's working on you," because I'm just
Satan's working on you. Oh my God. Are you allowed to say anything back to her? Like anything, or are you just supposed to like take it and that's just how the day goes?
It's frustrating. So I just like, no, I'm just, you know, trying to figure things out. I'm asking a question and doesn't this make sense? You know, and I don't know. It's just very frustrating, and it's like just to, I guess, to make me feel so stupid or something. But that's depressing, and it feels almost like, even though I know it's not true, I feel like it's almost like a curse. You put a curse on me or something, because it'll make me depressed for days.
To think that you
like a cloud over me. You know?
Right. And you know what?
I know it's not true.
We need to stick a pin in that cloud because that's a fictitious cloud. Think about this. You're thinking logically, but the answer that mom has is, boy, Satan's really working on you. So she doesn't.
And laughing at me.
And then she laughs? Okay, even better. Is that what you're...
I mean, she'll do that too. Like not right that second, but
my mother can do the same crap.
No, you know, and I'm upset. Pardon me?
Well, of course you're upset.
No, but it's this. You know, I'll try to like explain my point or my question or something. And then because I'm like, no, but you don't understand. You know, I'm trying to explain. Yeah, like she's got me explaining myself. Then she'll laugh. Like, oh, how stupid.
Okay. So gaslighting is the attempt of gaslighting is to make sure that you know that you are not capable of making decisions on your own. Therefore, you need me to make the decisions for you, or whoever that is that's talking you down. Okay?
Oh.
So make sure you know, whatever we want to call it, wet, burnt, toast, anything, you're not capable of handling your own affairs. You don't think, well, it's kind of like you're on the crazy side. You know, they want to make you think you're crazy. Therefore, somebody else would be in a better position to make the decisions for you. I truly believe that within the first 6 weeks of a Bible study, gaslighting happens. They tell you your heart is treacherous. They tell you that, you know, the ways of man leads to destruction. All of these things are led to you're not capable of living your life properly. You need an organization, because God used Moses and God's always used an organization, and you need to pick the right one. And by the way, we're it. And so then you listen to the organization just as if it's like Moses or a prophet, because you're not capable of you can't open your Bible and read it. We need to interpret the scriptures for you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's the shift that happens.
Yes. Hey, it's Grace. I just wanted to say gaslighting, how you can work against it. If you're on the phone, make sure to take notes of what they are saying, because then afterwards they can't claim, oh, I never said that. And then I will say, no, I took notes, so I know you said it. And
that's a great point.
I did that to a priest in the Swedish National Church. And I think he was very surprised because he was just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Well, no, you said it because I took notes. And if somebody say, oh, your notes are wrong or blah, 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 yeah, you will say, hey, I have to, how you say, my English is horrible. But anyway, then you just say, well, nobody ever complained when I took notes before, and I'm seeing so old now, so I can take notes or something like that. So just be very firm that your notes are correct. And also, if you meet them in real life, you can say, well, you can just sit and take notes, and then you can ask them, is this what you said? And they will say yes or no. And then you will make a little mark that they agreed that your notes are okay. So then if they say, well, no, I never said that, but I read it to you and you said it was okay. And if they say something, you will just say, well, I take notes because I want to be serious about what you tell me. I want to really listen, and I take notes because I take you very seriously, and I want to learn something now. So I take notes, and well, I hope you don't mind because nothing is secret, or we're in a Bible study or whatever. It can be also otherwise if you have somebody, a husband, or you will just say, well, I take notes so I don't forget what you told me, and I want to be really sure that I remember everything you tell me that is important to me. It's very important to me.
Good one.
That's a great point.
Very good idea.
Yeah. Well,
That is
I
wisdom.
try to be quiet now. Thank you.
No, that was so on point.
Right. I want to try
Because that often happens.
It won't work for this, but exactly it might actually if I even write it down when we're talking. You know.
And then there's this other thing which I don't know if it's legal or ethical, but most cell phones have a recorder. And
they sure do. That's what I was just about to suggest.
So you might be able to listen to that recorder later and take some notes. It's called taking, like any meeting that's a standard meeting, they take what is called minutes because they write down what happened at the meeting. You know, it's a legitimate.
And, if you've got a recording and she says, well, you know, you could have just written down any note, you can bust out the recording and go, well, this sounds like your voice right here, doesn't it? Can't refute that.
I wanted to be accurate, but she's right. Who just called in?
If that was me doing that, I would word it like this: like, "Hey, what are you writing notes down for?" Because I'm so stupid. I'm never going to remember this ever. I am so dumb. I need everything told to me and explained to me in great detail, and I need to write notes so that I remember it later because I'm just that stupid.
Well, since Satan's working on me so well, I thought I'd just...
And thank you so much for helping me out with this. I appreciate it because I'm so dumb and obviously a crazy person. I need all the help that I can get. So thank you so much for helping me with my notes.
We are being so facetious. This is really fun. But see how ridiculous it is, honey? See how absolutely ridiculous this is. And you can put on your phone recorder, and you can put and then you can make the screen blank, like black again, and it'll still record.
Oh, really?
Yes, try it out a few times on yourself.
Wow.
And then listen back to it later.
Lock your phone and it'll record the entire time.
Wow.
And let me tell you why I know this. Because I've recorded my mama saying the same kind of crap. Okay?
Oh. And then my mom will go,
yeah, me too.
Call your friend. You know, they do that to isolate you. You know, they're like...
It helps us take notes.
Like, fun, and then they'll add...
I missed what you said, darling. Please Please start over. I missed what you said. I was talking over you and cackling. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. But like my mom, like she kind of knows I'm pretty isolated, and so she'll say, you know, why don't you just ask your friends all that? Why don't you call your friends? You know, and it's like, well, you know where I am all the time. You know? What do you mean? You know, but it's to make fun. You know, just to gaslight. And then your religion. You know, she'll go, you're. She keeps saying that my religion. Like, what religion? You know, I'm confused as heck. Yeah, I don't know what to relearn everything. But it is all gaslighting. The more I'm thinking about it, it's all to make you feel just stupid and not think about it, the question at hand, or the subject, you know. But it always, and then the trouble is the way it's said. It's derisive with the icky look on the face and all that, you know.
Oh yeah, totally. I can remember my mother just looking at me and shaking her head like, no. Like the way I just said something is like the most ridiculous thing ever. And then she would tell me, you're not normal. You're not normal.
Yeah, mine do that too.
Oh my gosh.
You know.
So you know what I've decided? People that are not normal are a prerequisite. That's a prerequisite to be a friend of mine. Hello.
Like even when, you know, I don't know how far back you go. Were you born into?
Yes, I was born 64 and grew up in it, and I grew up on 1975. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And which means they told that lie over and over at all the assemblies. That really made me mad. That where they, if you would listen to the brother on the stage, on the platform, don't pay attention to dates. It was a few people. No, it was governing body kind of people at the assemblies going on and on how it was near the end and all that kind of stuff, and that we would never go to college, or, you know.
This was gaslighting too.
I don't even know what to make sense. I'm not making sense, but and you know that assembly, 2016, I think they had that drama where they lied.
Yes.
You know? And that
Some
assembly, that drama is on there today in JW.org. Live.
Yeah. Some thought
it's
this, that, and the other.
A lot of people don't know. It really did happen.
Yes, and they actually did the same thing about like 1914 when they were expecting Armageddon. There's like a video that they have out that says some thought, well, the teaching before that was saying the way it was. So then that's also gaslighting. They blame it on the members and don't.
Yeah.
And it makes you go, wait a minute. So you feel like it's so taking notes is a good idea.
I know. I like to record. Sorry, I like to record, like when I'm watching a good video, you know, I'll record good parts of clips. I don't know, and I just kind of keep them. And sometimes I never like make my mom see anything. Like I don't make her see any XJW, anything, because that would traumatize her, you know. But I might show a picture, like grab her thing and go, see, he did, you know, write this thing or whatever, you know. And then they said they stopped it in the 80s because he was a spiritist. But in 1930, they said this, and it acknowledges or whatever, you know. So I'll show her maybe the picture, the screen pic of the article or whatever, you know, and then, what I'll do is I'll get a real book, you know, and then show, look, see what it says here. And they're saying it's not true. At the meeting, they said that they didn't say this, you know. And so I try to show little evidence here and there, you know, and I've said, you know, that whenever an XCW says something, they always show you where, the evidence is. Unless they can't, they don't know how to do it, but they always show as much as they can so that you could look. And they don't say believe them and follow them. They say, just, I don't know, this is what I saw and it bothered me, and I'm just showing, for whoever wants to know, and but I said, wait a minute, I got to shut my door. Privacy here. I say, but what are they? The brothers, they only say a few examples. Brother Splain gives a phony example of a court where the guy was cute and they didn't want to, they let the doctor off because he was cute or something, and that's supposedly a real example of something. Like stupid examples that aren't real that you cannot look up. And so I had showed her something like that, evidence of something like that, where they just give you a vague thing, and then they tell you, oh, the the apostates are just half truths and twisted reasoning, blah blah blah, all the fake stuff, and really to follow them in a religion or whatever. And then I tried to show that, well, look, what are they giving of evidence? It's all, they give you a vague thing, they twist it a little bit, and can you really believe that they I'm botching it, okay, but where the example that Brother Splain said was that the jurors didn't want to convict right after they go to the person, I think it was the DA, asked the juror, why did you do that? Why did you find him innocent? And then right then he says, oh, well, we didn't want to, he was cute, so we didn't want to convict him. Do you really think that happened? No, I doubt it, because then they could have caught, he would have gone to the judge and said, they just said it's because of this, and then they probably would have redone the case. But that's the crummy examples they give. That's their kind of evidence. These phony, just calling names, apostate lies, and they just give you these fake stories. So, and like, I'm not making any sense probably, but
actually you are making sense.
Is all fake, not good enough so that you could actually look up any of their evidence. They don't give examples of apostate lies, just these fake little stories you can't look up. But I said, I have tried little by little. Look, the kind of things I've ever seen that any apostate, which I say is whistleblower, would say, they're showing you from their own standpoint, because she'll go apostates and like they're gross, like, no, they're normal people like me, Mom. They're they're asking questions, they're just people that are noticing something wrong, and so today I just said something like, someone could lie, or you could tell if they're trying to trick you, if they're getting you to just reason with emotion instead of actual facts or any logic behind it, and that they'll incite, kind of like to get you worked up or something, and stuff like that, so that I try not to say too much, and try so that I try to kind of get her to think a little about it. And I do feel like it is kind of helping her to think, but she reacts so angry when, like, anything that looks negative that I might have brought out, like if I caught something that is an actual thing, like, well, look, he lied right there, ooh, that'll make him mad. And again, it's not bad, it's okay that he lied. I don't know the backstory. She'll go, well, I don't know why he said that. Like that matters. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I hear you. You have a gift of noticing inconsistencies. That's a good quality.
Thank you.
Please know that. And so it's hard for you to be at peace with Brother Splain saying the jury just let the doctor off because he's cute. First off, we've seen Law and Order or a few TV shows where there's a judge and a jury. There's a judge that instructs the jury how they're supposed to judge this case and tells them what they're, they get instructions. They actually get instructions on how they are to act as a jury. And that's how they're supposed to come up with their conclusion. Sure, they could have ignored all that and decided the doctor was cute and let him off the hook, but the judge does give them instructions, okay? So, then they all go sit in a room and supposed to follow those
really
instructions.
Happened right there.
What?
I didn't talk over you. I'm sorry, I did it again. I talked over you.
Oh, that's okay.
Wouldn't the lawyer go, hey, judge, he just said it's because he's cute. This isn't okay. We need to retry or something.
I don't know if they could legally do that. But for somebody to even admit that, even for somebody to admit that so openly after they just went through a trial and have been instructed that these are the things, this is how you handle being a jury. You do this and you do that. And, but then after being instructed on how to be a jury, they're just going to admit to somebody, oh, because we thought he was cute. Please. It's not.
But that's like I don't know what talk he gave, but it's like from the summer or one of the big talks he did, and people just follow that up like nothing.
Also, 50% of a jury is usually men. A jury is usually a cross section of a group of normal people. So they would also have to. There would have to be at least 6 men in there that were like, "You're right. He is too cute to go to jail."
Yeah.
Also, it has to be for a jury decision to be final. It has to be unanimous. They all have to agree with it. So that's all 12 people deciding that somebody is so cute that they definitely shouldn't go to jail. Also, if any of them even closely admitted at all, because you watched when you're in the jury, you'd be kicked off the jury immediately. So if you went, oh, that guy's pretty cute, get off the jury. Another thing that happens before the jury gets to make this decision is that the prosecution and the defense, they get to kick out a whole bunch of jurors if they want. Each person gets a certain amount that you're allowed to say, no, that person clearly thinks this guy is cute, get him off.
That's what I'm saying.
Right? So the defense would be going, okay, we need as many people on here because this guy's quite good looking. I think that the best defense that we've got is to talk about how cute he is. And if we can get 12 of these people over here to all think this guy's cute enough, we are definitely winning this court case. And the defense is going, boy, this guy's pretty cute. We need to make sure no one on this jury agrees with us. Otherwise, he's definitely got to get off for this crime, because that's definitely what happens in America every day, right? Definitely don't go to jail. Just thought of Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy is a very good-looking man.
My mom. I stuff. You're good. Oh my gosh!
And you know what else? He talks about people being cute too much. He talks about tight pants and homosexuals loving tight pants, and you're wearing them and seeing you in them, and how guys are getting off on court because they're cute. That's probably why he lied in court, because he thinks he's cute. He talks about that shit way too much.
I know.
Ted Bundy was a very handsome man. Ted Bundy still went to jail. And and the evidence didn't really support him going to jail. The jury still decided this really devastatingly handsome man who's super charming, definitely a murderer.
Yeah.
And before the jury selection,
examples are ridiculous.
I know, and there are also a lot of them are reused. Oh, okay. What's her name?
There's Brad.
Jacinda or something. The one that she's her mom ignores her. That's disfellowshipped, and she doesn't answer the phone or whatever. Well,
oh yes.
I'm losing it. Wait a minute, I'm forgetting what my point is. Oh my gosh, I just thought about something else and I derailed it. But
yeah.
Oh, I think I did do it. I derailed my thought. Crap, I lost it.
I forgot her name, but I remember the boyfriend's name, Eric. All she could think about was Eric. Yes. Eric was,
Also, I would just like to say, you have been very clear, and everything that you've said tonight has been easy to understand. Nothing that you have said tonight has sounded crazy in any way, shape, or form. You sound like a normal, logical thinking person that has been told they've been crazy for a very long time. Okay, I just wanted to point that out because you go, oh, I'm probably not making sense. But no, you're making perfect sense. Absolutely, 100% perfect sense.
Thank you.
It's your mum that doesn't sound like she makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we're not just saying this because we're apostates.
Yeah.
You're really making sense.
Now it's not valid again. Oh God, there's this really funny channel. I love it. It's called Fixing My Faith. The guy does songs. He does like video like stuff where he puts himself in the room. It's so cute and it makes you laugh and it makes you see it. But he makes a lot of sense though. And I like to see stuff like that because it helps lighten it up a little bit. At the same time, you are noticing stuff, but and I miss Joe 47, I forgot. I miss his parodies and things because those were really good for us.
Yes.
Help us,
Yes.
laugh off the things.
And he's done a few videos.
Or that we did or something. Like I loved his one about the blue chip stamps that did you do this? Okay, then you deserve to have 3 of the blue chip stamps. If you acted this way in a ridiculous or humiliated yourself this far, then you get the whole book. He did a really cool skit of that, and then it deleted most of those, but some of them I recorded on my phone.
Good for you.
I do watch them at times a little bit, or at least clips of it or something. But man, I wish you would do them again because it helps. Sometimes it helps. And one dumb thing. Well, the Fix It Faith guy, I can't think of his name. Varn or something. I think it might be Varn. He actually was on 6 Screens about a week ago. He did a song and it was really cute. And I like to do music editing in programs and stuff. And so I actually worked with it and then I didn't give it to anybody. I have a little copy of where I did that and I wrote on his page, hey, I did this little thing. I just wanted to share it. Let me know. He didn't get back to me, I don't think. But then after I did that, I'm thinking, oh my God, he's thinking I'm a psycho or something. It's like, like how dumb, but I was just thinking
not dumb.
Because
it's very creative and you want to share it with him. It's not dumb.
Yeah, but then later I'm like, oh God, he probably thinks I'm some kind of psycho or something. I don't know. I go, never mind. But I don't know. I just wanted, because when I did different little effects with it, his voice sounds really cool, because he has a potential with it, and but anyway, so I hate that because that only adds to all the other gaslighting, and I'm like, oh, never mind, and then I get more embarrassed, and then it's hard to call in, it's hard to do any of that stuff, you know.
We women have also been taught that approaching a man is kind of, we shouldn't do it. And
well, no, it was just like a little message or a little like comment or something.
Okay.
I think it was like it was on the site. It wasn't like right in the message where everybody would see. It was like on the site, but it was just like it wasn't personal, but it's like, hey, you know, I did a little edit, and if you want to, like, here, I can give you my email or something, or I forget how I said it, but like that I could send it and then I would delete it mine, you know, because I don't want to keep it. It's not like from any reason, just to share it. That's all. I like to, so I'm an artist type of person, so I like to share. I don't do it for any glory or anything like that. And so when I get an idea like that, it's just because it's sort of like my way of giving back, you know. But then later it comes looking like, wait, they're gonna think this, and never mind, you know.
I get that too. A lot of it is unfounded, but I'll worry that somebody thinks I'm flirting with them. I remember I texted Marcus Vaughn one day, and I was just yakking away texting, and I'm realizing I'm like totally oversharing. And then I said so. I'm like, oh my, I'm totally oversharing. But that's what.
Yeah, like you might not realize. Yeah. Like,
I didn't realize. Just I went on and on and on. And that's a typical thing that sometimes ex-cult members will do. They overshare.
Maybe that is because we had, like, you notice that boundaries. They have no boundaries at the hall, right? They say inappropriate things in front of kids about porn and all that. You know, everyone hears everything, and so the boundaries are already kind of erased or blurred, where you don't know where the exact boundaries should be. So then when we leave, we're kind of like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. And so we're trying to recreate the boundaries where they're supposed to be, you know? And so, but the trouble is, we don't know exactly right all the time either, and we might accidentally become a little JW-ish again, you know, go kind of back and forth a little without realizing, you know what I mean?
And that's exactly how it works out, like the pendulum, back and forth, overreacting, underreacting, overstating, understating. But eventually that pendulum centers. So get up and go again. Get up and try it out again, you know?
Yeah. And
if your mother's anything like my mother, she's going to hear your boundary and stomp all over it. Just stomp all over it. And then you get up and go again, you know, another time.
Yeah. But do you notice how we're always like back and forth, like, oh no, I did wrong, you know, and then you're like, well, wait, no, maybe it's okay. And then back again, we're doing that. But if you look at all the Watchtowers or the magazines and things, look at the paragraphs. Constantly, they're like, are you sure you're not doing this and you're doing that? And then they're telling you to think one way, but then they talk the other way. So then they kind of convince you the other way. And then they go back and then they go at the other angle. They're like picking them apart so much. I feel like that's why we do that too, because they pick us apart so much in every meeting with all that, you know, in all the articles. If you read them, like look at the old books especially, they're even worse, you know. And I think that because we grew up in it, maybe in the cult, like, because it's a culty thing, that we're doing it to ourselves. So there's a really good book. Okay, I know I'm probably going all over the spectrum with you, but there's a really good book by David Burns, and he has a newer book, but I don't know the name of it. But the one that it's a workbook, Dr. David Burns, it's called Feeling Good. And it's sort of like behavior therapy that you do to yourself by looking at statements that you make. You make overgeneralized statements like, oh, it's all bad, or it's all this way. And you know, or there's different types of way you're saying things, and so you're kind of like creating your own reality by saying that stuff, like
Okay.
all or nothing kind of thinking or whatever. And so it helps you kind of, I know it's sort of like you're working on yourself, but it's to help you to not say negative things to yourself a lot, and how to see, like, am I doing that? And what you notice, though, is the Watchtower study, they're all doing that too. You notice.
Is it a yellow book, that Feeling Good book? Is it yellow?
Yeah, Feeling Good by Dr. David Burns. It's a really good book.
It's on my bookshelf,
and I
yeah.
got therapy with a doctor. She and I went through it. It really helped.
Oh, good.
It helps the black and white thinking to help you to see where you're going. Because I get a lot of terrible headaches and stuff, and your body carries how you're feeling. So one way. Oh, and I have a joke for that, because I would always be so tense, even as a little girl, because every day was maybe Armageddon, you know.
Right.
I used to joke later, oh, it's just rigor mortis setting in already.
Oh, no.
Sore, you know.
Oh, no. That is so bad. That's hilarious. It's really bad. You're going to die in Armageddon, so rigor mortis is already set because you're so stiff. Yeah. And you're making fun of it. That's what it is. You're mocking it.
Mortis setting in.
Wow.
I don't know why I think of dumb stuff like that. But you know what? Ever since I woke up, a lot of the back hard muscle pain has calmed, you know, or the stiffness, like tight all the time. If anyone touched my back to go, oh, let me see the muscle thing, they go, God, you're hard as a rock, you know, because that's how I always carried myself. I was always like ready for Armageddon, you know. And that's the thing, is once you find out that they don't even believe it, why would they be building all this stuff if they think that it's all gonna happen like
Right.
that? You know, they don't believe it. I don't think they do. I don't think the governing body believes it.
I don't think so either.
So once you realize that, so it helps anyway. But yeah, look at that book. As I got it again, like, it is a little bit older, and he did do a update book. But if you can't afford the update book, look for that one, because that one was really good.
I have the paperback. Yeah. I think I might have even found an audio. I don't know.
Yeah. Another one is Toxic Parents. That's a good one too.
Say that again?
Yeah, that's another good one. Toxic Parents, I think, is what it's called. It's another.
Okay.
I think, but that's not by him. But it is another doctor, I think, and it goes into some of the like bad ideology that they put in your head and that hurts you. You know what I mean?
Sometimes they're spoken of as narcissists, parents,
yeah,
or mothers, and this is something that a narcissist will do, is send out the flying monkeys. And what that is?
What is that?
What? So sending out the flying monkeys. So kind of like when you were in college. Okay, so they start in on you to try to discourage you from doing something, or telling you whatever you're doing is ridiculous. And then they get everybody else to gather and say the same thing. So they've got, you know how in The Wizard of Oz, she sent out all the flying monkeys? She sends in the troops to tell you the same thing that she was telling you.
Wow. And
or if you try to take a break from them and go what is called hard rock, gray rock, the flying monkeys will be sent out too. You'll get calls. Mom wants to talk to you. Mom's concerned about you. No, she's pissed off that you're not answering the phone.
Yeah, I wish I didn't answer the phone, because I was 14 miles away and she still got to me. Yeah. And what ended up happening, I would drive or take a bus or something, and I would think, you could just turn around and go home, you could just turn around. And then I would think I didn't deserve to be there and all this kind of stuff. And at the end, I did, I went every day, but then on my final, I didn't go to take it. And my kids were on me, they were at home, they were like 18 or 17, and so it got them to also misbehave and stuff. And so they had me in tears. And then I wrote my teacher and I said, I've got a bad headache, which was true. I got a terrible headache and I'm not going to go. And then I was afraid to get back on my computer to check. And he wrote back saying, oh, just show up. You don't have to take it. Just show up, just be there. And then we'll, and I didn't see it until 8 o'clock at night. So too bad, too late, I'm out. So, and the thing is, I was too afraid to check because everyone had been on my, because what happened is when my mom would say it, then my brother would say it, my kids were listening. So then they'd say, you're never going to be anything. I'm not proud of you. Things like that. They're not like that anymore. They were just acting up because they didn't want, they could tell mom was more sure of herself when she went to school, And, well, all their friends that would come by, a lot of them now went to college, and some of them said it was from my example. So at least I got them to be, I said I was disabled, but I still tried, but, oh no, I'm still somehow bad. My mom, you threw Jehovah away. And no, I was at school.
Threw Jehovah away. Wow. Wow.
And, and there were witnesses at the tables there. And so if I had to go to the library to do work at the college, they were always there.
Witnesses?
And at that point, I wasn't getting to meetings, but I was witnessing to my friends. So I wasted a lot of time doing that. But, and they don't want you to go to school. So what are they doing at the campuses?
Thank you.
They're really discouraging people from going to school.
Yes.
But it was really hard to always see them because I wasn't getting there, I wasn't getting the meetings. But I got noisy kitties over here. They're all meowing to get in and out of the room and ruling me here.
Are they kitty cats? Like kittens?
Pardon me?
Are they kittens?
But, yeah, no, they're I did have some. There was a kitty that had kittens in our yard, and I had to rescue them, and it was raining when I rescued 3 of them. There was only 3, and I rescued, but only 2 made it. And, well, they now live with my little brother.
Okay.
And they were so cute. They were great. Oh, they were funny little guys. But anyway, yeah, I didn't expect that to happen. But yeah, so the thing is, I tried to do something, and I gave away. I had Section 8. I gave it away to come here. Well, now if I move, I have nowhere to go, and I couldn't afford it. So, and it doesn't matter to her. I had to actually lose my voucher just to come here, and it doesn't matter to her. And
vouchers can be transferred.
In the family,
vouchers can be transferred from state to state or some. And
well, they told me that I would lose it and all the stuff, and I had to do certified letter. They sent me a letter. I had to sign it in front of them. It was like this formal thing. So I don't know. It is a little questionable, like what they can do, but it's still very up in the air. And so I am kind of stuck. And that said, I did that because I loved her. Even with, you know, what I told you happened in our past. She had apologized for turning on me, like, you know, with the abuser then. But here now she keeps giving excuses to all this other stuff. So you could tell there's the same thinking again. You know, it's kind of hard, but
let me encourage you to get on the list. Let me encourage you to get on the list. Let me encourage you to get on it.
I did try, and then they said I would have to move into, like, I would have had to move soon, right now or something, and it was a really bad example. What they did tell me last time, they said, because she's very much older, it could be that they would transfer later, you know, after, if she isn't here, you know, because, you know, something happens or anything, that they might transfer it to me or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
We can bring that up a little later.
And
there's still possibilities.
Well.
You and me will brainstorm about it on the phone sometime.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because it does feel like I'm a prisoner.
I understand.
And so I can't tell the brothers because I'm afraid they're going to tell her to throw me out. You know, I mean, we got like what's his name? Well, I know it's happened to others that they got thrown out, but my situation is that I would be homeless, and I'm, you know, and my kids couldn't afford to put me up, you know, they couldn't. But what really hurts is I'm the only one who's been like there for her, and yet it feels like I'm the one who's treated the most different and not kindly about certain things. Harder on me, like my brother and sister, I could talk to her about the same topic and she'll be okay to talk about something like that. A question or something. I don't mean any negative stuff, but a question. But to me, it's like, no, you're the devil.
Are they
I mean,
in
not
the
always,
organization?
a lot of times she'll be, I don't do scriptures with you or something weird like that. Sometimes she'll do that. It's not always.
I don't do scriptures with you.
It's like a shunning kind of thing, you know.
That's hilarious.
Or something.
Are they still like part of the organization?
Nope.
Your
but
siblings?
Well, one of them got baptized when she was a kid, but I got baptized when I was 30-something. But I still didn't know everything. Like, I didn't know I was going to find out all this stuff.
Right.
I didn't do it. Don't shoot the messenger. You know, we get in trouble for what they did and that we found out. You know?
Exactly.
That's why I say we're whistleblowers.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think?
I do, yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very self-sacrificing, what you've done, you know.
Well,
and
yeah,
I get it.
love her, you know.
I understand, yes.
But it's sad that she listens to these strangers over her own family, you know. Isn't that sad that they do that? They believe in strangers who would never be there for them, and their own kids who love them and are honestly trying to tell them something they won't listen to. They won't believe you for anything.
Right, and there's a lot of thought-stopping cliches, you know, thought-stopping statements that has been inculcated, you know, into the brains of Jehovah's Witnesses. And then, you know, so if there's any doubt, those come up. So they have to put you down because you're bringing it up. And also think about this. If you bring the stuff up, then they're going through cognitive dissonance, you know, like two separate thoughts happening in their brain, right? At the same time. So what they've learned from the org and the logic that you just shared with them. Oh my. See, it's very uncomfortable to have these two opposite thoughts. That's the cognitive dissonance. So you get to be the one attacked because they just experienced it from what you just said. Okay.
So you did it. Yeah.
So it's almost like their equilibrium's off until they can figure out a way to make it all make sense. Well, then they need to kick out what you just told them, and then they're okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're the bad guy. You the one that gets demeaned and dis everything, right? But what also is going on is you're attacking their. See, we see it as leadership. They see it as their identity. Making, like, talking bad about their parents or something, and because people believe, people have this mindset that they're a product of their parents, and if they're a product of their parents, then if you're putting down their parents, it's like putting them down. If you put that down the organization, it's like putting them down. So all those things are going on as you're just bringing some logical facts. So there's a lot more going on than what you see in the minds of people that have that going on in their heads.
Yeah, it's so hard. Yeah, like right now the studies seem to be really. I don't always like look at the study, but sometimes I will look at it, or I'll watch like somebody's going over it a little bit, and they're just getting so desperate in the study, and they're all about the governing body all the time. The studies seem to be mainly about them and how God relates to them or something. It just and to obey, it's like that's all they're hearing, So I'm sure that's having more of a effect because of it, but it's really making them like their slaves so much more right now.
Exactly. A matter of fact, the bond that we share is very similar to prisoners of war, because that's what
I feel like we were like prisoners of war, little war children, weren't we? I just cut the phone, sorry. But weren't we kind of like little war children, like, because we're always thinking we're going to have a war? It's like we never had peace, and then we couldn't play a game and just dream, and let our little minds grow.
Right.
And, dream, you know what I mean? What's it called?
Have imagination.
You write a bunch of letters on a page, and you, what do you call that? Dream something. Can't think of it all of a sudden. We weren't allowed to do that. We always had something holding us down mentally, so that we're in a fear bubble. Like, for me, that's how it was anyway. And so I feel like we could have been so much smarter, so much happier, done so much more. Like you said, we had learned helplessness. That's what we learned, to be helpless. And I mean, and that's why a lot of us are depressed. We have a hard time motivating ourselves, and it's because of constantly doing that, I think, to us. Like,
I agree.
Don't
when you're involved,
don't trust your own thinking and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And when you're involved in a situation where being yourself is not okay, you must put on this other personality to be everything that you're not, to be okay in God's eyes.
Well,
Yeah.
That
does cause depression. You cannot be who you authentically are, but have to be somebody else. It definitely causes depression.
The Stepford Wife personality. Stepford. You ever watch that? The Stepford Wives?
I haven't seen it yet. I need to watch it, but that's what I hear over and over and over again. So
yeah, because that's how they act, just like Stepford people, you know, just hello at a market, all dressed up. How are you, in pleasantries? But
oh yeah,
nobody in upstairs, you know, nobody.
Yeah.
Like,
I understand. It's like it's kind of like acting fake, and it's very disturbing. You were talking earlier about when somebody's emotions get heightened. You kept bringing that up, like so a story will be told, or so when somebody's emotions get heightened, or somebody strikes panic in you, your mind is in a better place to be directed. It's more pliable. So whatever comes next, as far as suggestions or what to do, is more easily accepted than when you're in your clear thinking mind. So if they get you to that place of being, you know, it's like somebody, you know, the fire drill's happening. We need to get out of the store now. Don't anybody run. And then somebody in an apron that says the name of the store says, let's go this way. You're going to trust them because they're in a position that looks like they know what they're talking about. They work there, you know, so you'll follow their directions, whether it's right or wrong, rather than stop and think, is that the way I came in the store? You know, you're more easily herded or you know, persuaded to go in it without, you know, a second thought. So that's one of the purposes of doing that. Another thing is, so Robert J. Lipton is a psychiatrist who studied prisoners of war that came back from the Korean War. Have you heard of him?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay. So
yeah, I think wasn't he the one that Stephen Hassan kind of followed his? Was he the one that Stephen Hassan kind of followed?
Exactly, because
the way he's treated with.
Correct.
Like something of his methods or something like that.
So Stephen Hassan spent
Actually,
time.
I finished the book.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Stephen Hassan.
The book that.
Sorry, I derailed you with that idea.
That's cool.
That's exactly who Michael Lipton, you said?
So Stephen
is the one that Stephen.
Oh yeah, he has 2 books out. Yes. So Stephen Hassan spent time in the Moonies, and
yeah.
Once he agreed to spend time with some ex-Moonies to let his dad know that, you know, what he was doing was okay and just fine. So they used a book that Robert J. Lipton wrote, and because he was a psychiatrist that worked with studied prisoners of war that came back from the Korean War, so they were considered brainwashed. Okay, and so the things that are done to brainwash someone, or the undue influence, or social conformity, okay, were done also on the Moonies. Their tactics and techniques. And they were also done on us as Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay? So Stephen Hassan got the chance to meet Robert J. Lipton and was talking to him about his experience. And Robert J. Lipton said, I've only studied it. You've lived it. You need to come, you know, you need to be a psychologist or something and, you know, teach it to others. Like this guy that Stephen Hassan looked up to so much was like, look, dude, you are more qualified than I am because you've lived it. And Robert J. Lipton, of course, he's still alive, a very prominent psychiatrist rather. I think he's both. I'm not sure. You know, so where I'm going with this is we were prisoners of war, even though we didn't go to a location where there was a war happening. The same techniques and tactics that were used on prisoners of war were used on us and used in the Moonies and used in many other groups. That it's kind of like this playbook that is used on all of them. Why? To control them and make them obey and make them become dependent on the leadership and not on themselves. So the way that they're trained is to become true victims, prisoners, mentally prisoners. So when we get together and we have these talks, you can compare it to those times that you see the Korean War veterans get together and how important that is. Nobody really gets them as well as a fellow prisoner of war that went through that as well, understands them. And we have that same kind of bond. And even when we talk to other people that were in other cults, they use many of the same tactics.
Yep, that's one of the things is watching all these different cult things. That helps me a lot. Seeing like several of them were doing similar things. That was really good for me to help me with it. Sorry, I'm making yeah. It's true, we did instead of more like armchair research. We don't trust ourselves enough because they broke us down so much.
Yes.
You know, and that's
something that John Joe
that's what
Lynch
child abuse
will
is.
talk about.
It's being said that's a child sexual abuse for
oh my goodness.
Suggestive state. For some reason, the dissociating is like they know that's what they're going to do, and they're using them like they're kind of doing that on purpose. I don't know if that's true, but that's what has been said, that that's part why it is done. And I kind of wonder if it's happening in a lot of different cults. Is that why? Because they're doing that on purpose, and that's why they won't stop doing it. Is it? You know, I kind of wonder. Is this a purposeful thing to break people down? The army breaks down the military breaks down the soldiers, and then they build them back up. Well, is that what's going on with the child abuse? Is it so that they could break them down and then remold them in how they want? You know?
It does appear that way.
I've been kind of thinking. And because of how prevalent it is, it's like a systemic thing. So then is this part of the procedure of a cult? If a lot of them are doing it, is that why?
And there's more than what Lifton has put out there. There's, something that Margaret T. Singer has put out there too, and John Jalalich. So there's a few different people that are educated and cult specialists that have come up with the techniques and tactics that cults will use.
Yeah. Yes.
Can I jump in?
Yes, who's this?
Hi. It's okay. I'm Lucy. I've been on for a while, and I really appreciate everyone's story.
Hi, Lucy.
I was born in before 1975 and was baptized in 1988, and I left when my children were in grade school, because I could not stomach forcing them to go through the same things that I went through.
Wow. I'm sorry, there's a background sound of like, I don't know what. It sounds like a fax machine's going off and delivering things. I'm sorry about that sound. I'm not making it. Is
it on my end?
No, it was going on before you called in.
That sound is a mobile phone sitting near a speaker.
I see. Which is how I get to hear the callers. Okay.
So it'll probably only make that sound when it's like trying to find a cell tower, the closest cell tower to join to. That's why it hasn't been doing it all night. Sometimes.
Okay. So it might go on a little bit longer. It might just stop, and I'm sorry about it. But if you can get past it, please do.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment on the last conversation that you were having about why do cults do what they do, and it's because it works.
Yes.
When you were alluding to the fact that the military does the same thing, it breaks people down. Any type of group think, you need to be able to take the individuals out of your group in order to, there's this corporate talk where there's no I in team, right?
Yes,
so you eliminate all of the individuality, and the team can work together for the group goal. And so, that's exactly what we experienced. We experienced a complete deconstruction of our individualism and our ability to think for ourselves, and our ability to trust our intuition, and the ability to feel what should be safe. And they took all of that away from us, and it's scary. Somebody was talking with their mom currently, and still receiving negative feelings. I'm right there with you. I'm 52 years old, and my parents still look at me as if I am mentally diseased.
Yes.
And I'm not currently disfellowshipped, nor do I plan to go back and do any of that. It's painful. I deconstructed Christianity from my brain about a decade ago, but I'm having to re-deconstruct the things that the J-dubs put in my head, and the things that I willingly participated in. I willingly participated in the constant indoctrination. And that's a hard thing to forgive. And so I applaud everyone on this call who has made it this far, because this is all scary stuff. So I really thank everyone who has shared their stories.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And I can tell you've done your homework. I really can. It just speaks in everything you're saying, and it is normal for us to still be dealing with some of the stuff that Watchtower has indoctrinated us with, and to still experience those that remain in the organization to treat us as though we are less than. This is how, at a certain time, when some people were considered rats, some people were considered cockroaches, so they were dehumanized. And when they were dehumanized, certain certain people in this group were genocide, okay, and just gotten rid of. And then there was experiments done on. There was doctors that did experiments that were horrendous. But how were they able to do this during the week and then go home to their families and be okay with it? Because this group of people were considered rats or cockroaches. They dehumanized them. When we are called mentally diseased, gone and joined the devil, all of these things dehumanizes us, and it makes it okay in the minds of cult members of any sort to really talk us down and to treat us like crap because they believe we deserve it. And it doesn't affect their conscience because we're less than. We've been dehumanized. I just recently read a book.
Our dignity away.
Yes.
That's the way they took our dignity.
Yes.
So that we're less than, so that they can excuse it. You know?
Exactly. I read a book lately about someone that was in the Moonies and then she joined the service. And she's like, oh, yes, I remember how this works. Okay. Why? Because she grew up in Children of God. And so these same techniques and tactics that when somebody joins a high demand, high control group is not made aware of that they're going to be doing. When they join the service, they're told that they're going to be broken down and built back up. They're not quite told how they're going to do it, but they know that's what they're signing up for. When you join a group, you don't know that you're signing up for that. You don't know that, you know.
You know what's funny? Some friends of mine, the kids, the mom was a witness in strict, and the kids, when they grew up, they left, but they went to the military too. And I thought that was so weird, but now it kind of makes sense. That's the structure that they were, you know.
And they couldn't figure out how to make their own decisions once they left.
Yeah.
So they joined a group where they were given the decisions. Yeah. I'd just like to say, have you ever heard the saying that all Jehovah's Witnesses are in an abusive relationship with the organization?
But that makes sense.
You know, like an abused wife.
Yeah.
So I've been in retail quite a long time, and I'm about to say something that may sound offensive, but I don't mean it to be in any way. I have experience with talking to abused wives, and one of the things I've noticed is you carry a lot of the traits of an abused person or a person that is in an abused relationship. So I can't remember your name, sorry.
Oh,
the one that just came on is Liz.
Yeah, I mean you, yeah.
Okay.
Liz, yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the things I've noticed is you apologize for everything.
Apologizing, yeah.
You go like, oh, sorry, I don't know that person that you just mentioned that I've never heard of. You say sorry if the thing I said doesn't make sense. You say sorry for that. That's exactly what an abused wife does, because she's used to getting beaten or abused when she does anything. And something I've noticed, and I carry this with me as well, is within the Jehovah's Witness organization, if you're not abused by your partner, like your spouse, usually your husband, then you are abused by your parents, and it's something that the parents get used to doing as well. So you mentioned how your mum she can say a couple of words. You don't have to be anywhere near her. She can say a couple of words, and it affects you massively, right? Because you're stuck in that childhood idea that she's correct, that she's the one that's right. She's not.
Or it just
she's the one that's wrong, and I think she's used to being in that relationship as well. My parents, up until the point where I literally set that boundary in a pretty harsh way, would still be trying the same stuff with me, trying to make me feel stupid, trying to make me feel inadequate, trying to make me feel less of a person because I'm not within the organization. I just want to tell you that your thoughts are valid. And the only person that thinks you're crazy or anything you say is weird are Jehovah's Witnesses, no one else. So I have some homework for you. You mentioned earlier that you messaged somebody about a music thing, and you were like, I never expected him to write me back because he would just be like, oh, who's this crazy person? Your homework from now on is when you interact with the rest of the world, please just assume that they think you're normal. Assume that they don't think you're crazy until they actually say, hey, you're crazy, get away from me. That's how I had to do it. I just had to, everything that I said, I assumed everyone thought was crazy and I was a nut job, right? Because that's how they made me feel when I was in there and when I left. I had to just start assuming that people wanted to be my friends, that people wanted to hear what I had to say, and that they didn't think I was crazy. I want you to know that you don't sound crazy in any way. Just, sorry, 1 second. Evander, go sit down, please, buddy. Thank you. Sorry, my son was just yelling at me, saying the same thing over and over and over again. He knows that bothers me. He knows that gets my attention. Sorry. But yeah, nothing you've said has sounded weird. Nothing you've said has sounded like you should be abused or you sound stupid. You sound like an intelligent, logical thinking person. And I want you to know that everybody else in the world that you interact with thinks the way I do. They don't think the way Jehovah's Witnesses do. They don't think of the way your mum does. They don't think the way my dad or my mum thinks. They don't think how Linda's mum thinks. And they don't think that other lady that just came in, I don't think about her like the same way her mum does either. You are a valid human being, and you're worth more than anyone made you think Jehovah thought you were worth.
Yeah, thank you. So
no worries.
Yeah, thank you, because like I get told the opposite. I'm the
Of course
only
you
one,
do.
and oh, I must be bipolar because there's bipolar in the family, but I'm not bipolar. And
it doesn't sound like you're bipolar.
Of course, that's what I got
to be honest,
do,
but
it's
weird that they would say you were bipolar and they're Jehovah's Witnesses as well. Like, does Jehovah cure that?
Pardon me? Can you say that one more time?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying something stupid. Nothing.
I liked it. Can you repeat it?
I think you're not crazy. You're not stupid. You don't deserve to be talked down to. All right, you're an adult.
Yeah.
And you're your own person
it makes
with
you feel like you're 12,
or
10.
Yeah, and I can have one look from my dad.
Yeah.
Will make me shit myself and probably hide under my bed. A specific look. Like, it takes so much courage and so much effort on my part to stand up to that, because for the first formidable years of my life, he dominated me so bad that it made me think that I could be dominated my whole life by anyone. And it's just not true. It's just not true.
Yep. My dad was the same way, by the way. And he wasn't.
I think a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses.
But he was allowed to be that way.
Oh yeah. Like I was saying, like to Linda earlier, what would you tell CPI if they called? You just tell them, well, I was bad again, right?
Right.
It's like in the organization, it was exactly the same. I mean, I would get dragged out into the bathroom in the middle of the meeting to get beaten up, and then afterwards, I would have other adults come up to me and go, you got to start behaving, Brad. You can't. While I've got I've wiped like blood from my eyeball or something like that. Like, wow, you must have done something really bad this time.
Oh my God.
You can tell that somebody else is in an abusive relationship as well if you go, or has been, if you go, I just got punched in the face, and their first reaction is, but what did you do to deserve that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
what it like.
Sorry for the big rant.
There's a best.
The way you express yourself sometimes is a little bit heartbreaking to me.
Oh.
Because we're victimized and abused, and we got through it. We're stronger than that. We're stronger than they are. The people that are trying to abuse us still, we're stronger than them because we were able to get out.
Yeah.
We should be abusing them. Not really, but you know what I mean.
But it's a fact. It takes great courage to even do the research.
Oh man.
What's that, Linda?
I said you're right though. It takes great courage even to do the research. Not even leaving yet. Just doing some of the research. I mean, the first or second time we're having heart palpitations and we're totally nervous because of the fear indoctrination.
The first or second time you're looking at that research, you are actively disobeying an omnipotent being.
Yes.
Yeah.
That can murder you in a
outrageous.
heartbeat. He killed 40 kids with bears. He tore them to pieces with bears.
Yes.
Right?
Old Testament. Yes.
I mention this story a lot. When I was a kid, I was actually worried about animals attacking me and killing me because I was being bad, because I knew Jehovah had done that in the past.
Isn't that sad?
Like, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
That is total abuse to make someone think that, right?
So you can't even enjoy animals. That you had to be afraid of them because of that,
Yeah.
Something
The
you
whole
should have
new
enjoyed.
system, the new system joy of having any pet. I'm going to ride everywhere on my pet dolphin from now on. That didn't appeal to me because it was like, no, because if I do anything wrong, all my great animals are just going to tear me to pieces.
Oh man.
So it's like, it's just mental
They
stuff.
take away what's beautiful and make it ugly and make you afraid instead of having little peaceful, happy. We didn't get to have fun as little kids, We're just thinking, dreaming, and feeling safe. And no, we're thinking about Armageddon, Great Tribulation, and afraid of every little idea of what they could use against us in torture or something like that. Did you guys go over, do you remember, learning about Rwanda and Burundi and all these places where all the torture was happening? They would go over everything that they would use on them, or different things.
Yes. Malawi.
For us as little kids, we thought, are they going to do that to us? Am I going to betray my mom? Am I going to betray my brother? So we would think, well, what could they do to us that would make us do that? You know what I mean? So that made you tear yourself up, worried about it, and then you can't trust anything around you, like the animals.
Nope. And demons are inside everything.
Everywhere, yes.
Everything. Everything has a demon in it, just waiting to come out. Oh, do you want that candy? Well, no, that's got a demon in it. Oh, you want to read that book? Demon. Oh, you saw an ad on TV. Well, that was bad because now you got demons in your house.
I mean, and then for me, I was afraid to say my fears out loud because they would hear, and then they could use them against me.
That's right. They would use them against you. Yeah.
Like what was wrong. That's the most torture, where it's something you don't have any control of. So that's the ultimate control they had on us. They made us self-impose it on ourselves because we had to think about those things. So we did it to our own self.
And we self-isolated.
We didn't do that to you. You did it.
Just like 1975. You crazy person. Why did you do that? We didn't tell you to do that.
Yeah, it's fascinating how the organization will do things. They'll tell a story about what some other brothers and sisters are doing and use it as a good example. to encourage the members also to do that. Good example, such as sell their house and, use that money to live out until the end of the system of things and pioneer or something, or go where the need is great. This is an example of something that a couple did that was in the organization. So they're praising them as if it's a really wonderful thing.
Yep.
That implies Armageddon is coming soon. And then they're talking 75, and then they're talking 6,000 years, ends in 1975. And this combination of things, when put together, is saying, basically it's a doomsday cult, okay? It's a doomsday cult.
Yeah,
this is the book I was talking about. It's called Uncultured. I'm not sure if you can see it.
Write that down. Uncultured?
Yes.
Who? Wait, I got something on my mouth. Who's it by? By. Who wrote it?
I'm sorry, I'm not centering it right.
Who wrote this?
Okay.
Who's the writer?
Her name is Daniela. Middle name is I can't pronounce it. Mistyanek, Young.
Oh, Mistyanek or something like that.
Yeah,
that's Messianic.
Okay. And then Young
And
is
I'd say
that.
that's not a middle name. I reckon that's a maiden name.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah.
So Mistyanek.
Yeah, it's Russian. Messianic.
Oh.
Except for the. It's not MIS. It's MES. TY.
Yes. Messianic.
ANEK. Young. And
okay, I wrote it. Oh.
And it comes on audio too. So.
Oh.
And she's the one that narrates it. And it was quite a good read. So the group she was in was called The Family.
Oh.
Yeah. And
family, I heard of that.
So they used to do flirty fishing to recruit people. And that cult actually started here in the city of Huntington Beach, Orange County, California.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's where it started. But it's a good book to listen to. If you get a chance to get it, it's a really good book. So she left the cult and then joined the service and dealt with a lot of the stuff that she dealt with in the cult.
Wow. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm gonna look for it.
It's called Uncultured. Okay, and the word CULT on the name is written in red.
Yeah, so
See that?
And if you look it up on YouTube, she does a question and answer about the book as well.
She's been a guest on many of the many shows.
Let's see. I'm gonna also write YouTube. Yeah.
Cheryl St. German, would you like to call in? It would be nice to talk to you face to face. I have never had a chance to hear your voice. Cheryl St. James, I would love for you to call in. The number is 727-731-6701. I appreciate what you had to share, Brad.
Me too.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brad. Very, very encouraging. I really needed that. Really did. I go through periods where
Honestly, it sounded like you needed to hear something from somebody other than negativity.
Thank you.
I appreciate everything you've said tonight, and you've had good points, and I appreciate everybody's story that, you know, people have the balls to come on and say, because it takes courage. It takes a lot of courage to, you know, like when I first called in, it felt like every Jehovah's Witness I ever knew could hear me.
Yes.
And that terrified me. Sorry, one sec. My kid is crying for some reason. I'll be back.
Okay, don't worry. Doesn't bother me. I mean, so bad for the little guy, the little girl.
Okay. So Cheryl Saint Germain is bringing up some points about Stephen Hassan, and she's made a few comments with me before, and she doesn't care for Stephen Hassan, which is, you know, we all get to have our own opinions and stuff. And from what I recall, Cheryl, I don't think you were born in, but first of all, you've got a very vivacious personality and quite the independent thinker, which I've really always admired about you and still do. Even if we disagree on stuff, I still just admire that about you. And so, and I'm talking to her because she's in the chat. And so the stuff that you are sharing, and where I was going with this is that she suggested that it takes time to do your research, and what it takes is to get a job and move away from the people you know at the Kingdom Hall. And that is good. That is good. And there's more than Robert J. Lipton and Stephen Hassan. There's other people that are cult specialists that, you know, that think along the same lines as far as the techniques and tactics that are used to influence group members. So if you remember the prison experiment, I'm trying to think of the name. I was just listening to some of his stuff last night. There was a prison experiment where, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. Does anybody in the
Stanford prison experiment?
Say that again?
The Stanford prison experiment?
I think so. And I'm trying to think of the name of the person that put it on. But yes, there was a prison experiment.
Milgram?
Thank you. Yes.
Milgram?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he did this prison experiment where he had people from a college where he taught volunteer to take part in this exercise that would last a certain amount of days, like 2 weeks. They all were checked to see if they were mentally stable enough to go through this. And they all passed, okay? Young gentlemen, all men. And what happened was once he actually had them all, or the ones, so part of them were security guards and part of them were prisoners, okay? So the ones that were prisoners, they would have somebody show up at their house, handcuff them, put them in the back of a police car, take them to the college, and in the basement, they were doing this, kind of like a mock exercise of things were set up to look like it was in a prison, but more like what you would see in a play instead of in real life. So they could tell it was pretend, but yet they were walking through it. They were living this experience. So some of the students were guards, prison guards, and some of the students were prisoners. And what ended up happening was that the point of it was that there can be a point that people can take advantage of their position of authority and power in evil ways, even when you don't even think you could possibly be evil, or anybody else could possibly think you could be evil. But under the right circumstances, if somebody that has power and authority over these other people, that could definitely happen. His wife, before she was his wife, ended up stopping the experiment early because it was literally affecting them mentally. So the ones that played prisoner, and so it was like playing, and the ones that played the prison guards went way beyond when it came to their taking advantage. It was an abuse of power, an abuse of authority. So things were done like public humiliation. Things were done like they were talked down to, dehumanized, talked to in a very dehumanizing way. So some of these things were.
Can I just say something real quick? You just, it was supposed to last for 2 weeks. It only lasted for 6
days.
That's how out of hand it got.
Right, 6 days. It was supposed to last for 2 weeks, but they cut it short because.
Yeah, they had to cut it short after 6 days. It didn't even last a week.
Precisely. That's the point I'm getting to. Things went wrong. Things went really wrong. You can find this on YouTube. The Milgram Prison Experiments. And the things that they've learned. Today it's unethical to do this, okay? The things that they learned from this was amazing. How easily somebody who has a position of power and authority, how wrong it can go. And then with the prisoners, how much it affected them mentally. And I don't recall them using like physical, like I don't recall them hitting them or beating them, but they ordered them to be in position of great humiliation.
That's why it stopped.
Yes.
Because one of the prisoners was getting to the point where he was going to get violent with his security because they were treating him so bad. And at some point he was like, well, I don't even have to be here, so I'm going to kill you guys if I can't get out of here.
Okay.
And he started talking it up, and it seemed to get very dangerous as well. It kind of sits hand in hand with that electric experiments that we sometimes talk about as well. Yeah. So like when an authority tells you it's okay, usually you will abuse a person. Which is probably because you can put it onto them instead, which is probably why there's so much abuse within the organization as well. Because Jehovah says it's fine.
Grace wants to make a comment about these negative things. If you tell a person, "Oh, you're too young to understand, you're too old, or ugly," or you tell someone you're naive, or you're not too smart, you don't understand, blah, 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 it doesn't make the person older or younger or more beautiful or smarter. So we absolutely do not need those kind of comments here on the 6 screens. And I think it's so below the high standard and the loving standard that we have had so far on 6 screens. And I personally do not accept it. And I will ignore anyone making those comments. And I also want to say this. If you're angry and say something just of anger, I will forgive that. But somebody who is calm and together and just sitting and criticizing other people, I won't accept it. And I also want to say this. An intelligent person would not calmly sitting and say negative things about someone else, because an intelligent person will understand that this person will not get any smarter or more beautiful or anything if I criticize them, because an intelligent person, they will perhaps tell them, read this book, watch this film, or they can say, have you thought about gaslighting? Have you thought about other kinds of psychological techniques? Do you know about this technique? An intelligent person will do something to contribute to the situation. So anyone who makes low comments about other people, they are absolutely not intelligent. And now I will be quiet. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're being called out. So I would like some clarity. Did somebody on the show do this that you've picked up on? And if so,
I think it's from the chat section, you know.
Yeah, I think she might be referring to Cheryl St. Germain.
But we all love her because, you know, she's making great points, you know. But this is, you know, what I say. Remember the Beatles song? If you go around taking pictures of Chairman Mao, you're not going to make it with anyone anyhow, you know. And the last caller was right. You need to be, you need to tone it down and be happy and let other people speak. And if the other person's wrong, it's okay, because we have been wrong too. You know, Linda, you and I went door to door selling magazines for 25 cents back in the days, back in the 80s. So we were wrong. And there's a 99% chance that you're still wrong and I'm still wrong. And it's okay.
It could be, yes.
You know?
This could be, yes. You're right.
But we work at it. And the last caller was right. This is how you know an intelligent person, because every single bad thing that is happening today in the world, every single bad thing in every walk of life, guess who's causing it? People that know it all, experts.
Right.
So when Cheryl's talking about the expert of Hassan and all these, she's right. You know, these experts, they point like, hey, look at me. Now that I finished talking about myself, what do you think about me? It's always me, me, me. So we don't have to go on a crusade and kill them. But you know what? Just real quick, one of the most beautiful lessons that we learn about why Lincoln is on the penny and on the $5 is because when he gave the Emancipation Proclamation, the senator I think it was a senator that spoke before him, before he got there, was speaking like for 2 hours, and he just wouldn't shut up. And everybody was like getting ready to commit suicide because the guy was just talking and talking. So Lincoln goes and he speaks for less than 5 minutes, and it's carved in stone. So Shakespeare says the brevity. The brevity of. What do you say about the brevity of wit? Humor is the brevity of wit. Like, if you just keep it very simple, that's how you know who an intelligent person is, because he makes his point, he says it very simply, and then he just walks away.
Okay, that makes sense.
But we love Cheryl. We love her, though. You know, it's just she takes this thing very personally, and I don't blame her for taking this thing personally about Stephen Hassan and others. You know, but we don't have to. You know, like I guess one of the guys was saying, you don't have to go nuclear. you know.
Oh.
And I don't judge her because, hey, I've been like Cheryl St. Germain at times. I've been very passionate. Well, I understand.
Yeah, and I have valued many things that she has said, and if we disagree on this, I'm okay with that. And the point I was trying to get to is there is things in life that absolutely can influence us to do things that before we became involved in a certain group, we probably would have never done, ever. It would have gone against our, morals, our intuition, our, everything we was. But for some reason, once we get involved in this group, we do things that, how did we get to the point of doing such atrocities or taking part in things that, you never would have found yourself involved in? There's something that happened that motivated a member to do things that their character would not ordinarily do. So there's a bit of coerciveness and groupthink and stuff like that. So that's basically what I was sharing.
With that saying, all it takes is a good person to do nothing when something bad happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That, so to, pay attention and to try to, just trying to keep yourself in check and, that kind of thing. And, I don't know, just thinking that.
I see what you're saying. It's too bad that you're, Cheryl, it's too bad you haven't called in yet. I'd really love to talk with you. The number is here, 727-731-6701. I know you're saying what you're saying because you have your reasons, and I would really like to get a bit more clarity on what you're sharing. But
hey, you know what, Linda? With Steve Hassan and all of the and Watchtower and all of these others, have you noticed how? I'm going to go back to what I said about Watchtower has an opinion about everything. Even if you go to prom or play Little League Baseball, they have an opinion about everything under the sun. And same thing with these experts. All these and this is one of the problems. With sometimes you see XJW videos, and people want to be experts, and I'm like, hey, don't go down that road, because we used to be experts as witnesses, and look where it got us. State your case and treat everybody as a thinking adult. And we have to, I learned to trust people. I trust you, I trust everybody else, and I trust that you're going to make the right decisions. And if you fall flat on your face, that's the beautiful thing about the country that we live in. You can get back up and do it all over again.
And that's part of the wisdom that I get to gain from missing the mark or getting it right. Either way, there's wisdom that gets to happen from that.
Yeah. And how do you not know that somebody leaves such cult religion like you and me and others? How do you not know that sometimes, you need to get burned twice? Sometimes people didn't learn the first time. And
sometimes they didn't learn the 8th or 9th or 10th, maybe even 17th time.
Yeah. Like going to a bar and trying to find a wife. Dude, there comes a point where you're going to have to go to a different place.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is why it doesn't really bother me so much. I just that's why Jesus was smart. Was right when he said, pray for your enemies, because when you pray for somebody, you're not going to get mad at them. But if you I'll give you an example. You have right above your head, there's a rainbow flag. Well, I can have a knee-jerk reaction and start yelling and screaming at you. No, don't do that. Just if you and I agree or disagree on something, just let it go. And then we pray for each other. And in that way, we're always treating each other like brothers and sisters that we are. You know, we're Americans, so we're brother and sisters. We live in the same world. We're brothers and sisters.
And you're the one that taught me about flags and the purpose of them. When you see a certain flag, it helps you realize where you belong, or it gives you it's a reflection of your identity too.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying it's smarter. Like everything Cheryl Saint Germain is saying, you know, she has a point, and I understand it. But if you go at it from a perspective like he's wrong, point 1, point 2, and you list them all, and says, you know, I'm going to pray for my brother. You know, he's wrong. She's saying that he's taking money from left-wing organizations. Okay, you know, you pray for me and you state your case. But the problem is that when we go down the road of anger and hate, we always lose as human beings. We always lose. You know. And look at the Democrats and Republicans. I mean, we're getting ready to kill each other like in the Civil War. It doesn't have to be that way.
It really doesn't. And if she's seeing injustice, I understand, you know, why she's putting things the way she's putting it. So she's very passionate, and I get that. And I can be that way too. I know that what has helped me is learning these techniques and tactics, because and for instance, reading about Raymond Franz and how the inner workings were within the organization back in the day. So this combination of a few different things helped me connect the dots to understand what was going on to me as I grew up in this organization. And it helps me understand how the members today are being governed by the leadership. And it helped me connect dots. And for me, when I can connect the dots, it's very helpful for my psyche. I grew up on tactical alert, terrified, and confused all the time, and would come up with the things that, like, this gal that was on the show would take to her mother. I'm like, I would bring these things up, like, if this is this, how does that work with this? And I really wanted it to make sense. And it didn't. It didn't.
Yeah.
But I was the bad guy. When I understand these techniques and tactics that are used amongst most of these high-controlled systems, it really, it just gives me some peace, because now I can look at it and go, okay, now I understand what was done to me. Now I understand how these people can be motivated to think a certain way. And that's just like the way I look at life too. Like, I want to understand why so-and-so does this or that. And that's just gives my mind ease. So that has been helpful for me. And things that I like to share with this audience is these things that I'm hoping connect some dots.
Great. And you know, one of the reasons I don't get upset as much anymore, I try not to anyways, is because I come to find out and see that everybody's in a cult. I mean, the whole world that we live in right now is like in a cult. If you're everybody's in some kind of cult. It doesn't matter. You know, you could say, I'm going to go live with the Mennonites and the Amish. Well, you're in a cult. Everything, you know, you're going to join the religion, the politics, the world of politics. That's a cult. You know, there's no escaping it. And I think that's the beauty of it all, that we really are all going through the same thing, but just under a different name. It's kind of like with that famous saying, there's nothing new under the sun. And I think that's why these words, these sayings that your mom taught you, like, you know, your parents taught you, you know, early to bed, early to rise, or there's nothing new under the sun, all these little phrases, very important, because, you know, we're all living through it. It's just the same thing. We're all living through the same thing. It's just we have different names. And so once you realize that, you're not mad at your brother, you're not mad at your sister. You know, you realize, oh my God, you know, I really should pray for them. You know, that they get out of, you know, the trance that they're in. You know, and that's why, you know, keeping it very simple is the most important thing, in my opinion. Remember, I talked to you about keep it simple, stupid, KISS.
That's actually been around for quite a long time. I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Long time ago. Keep it simple, stupid. And then there's another one. Don't bore us. Get to the chorus. Just write that song out and don't make it too complicated.
Yeah. For example, you could listen to Hassan. You could listen to a district overseer speak. You could listen to anybody, Trump and Obama speak. But you go up and say, okay, now we have Gilbert Gonzalez, and I'll say, keep it simple, stupid, and then I'll walk off the stage.
And I will vote for you for governing body for sure, because I would really like it to be more simple on my family.
Yeah, it is. And haven't you noticed that when you keep it simple, you don't get upset? When you keep it simple, you learn to turn the other cheek and just say, you know what, they must be having a bad day. You know.
Could be, yeah.
I just don't understand. Yeah.
And today, the freedom of leaving a high control group is the freedom to disagree, which we didn't used to have. And that's a wonderful place to live in. Like you were talking, everything is a cult. Cult is the base word of culture. So that book I just shared was Uncultured. And so, yeah, everything is a cult. And in that, like what you said, and my thing is like there's certain cultures that can be healthy and certain cultures that, well, I found myself growing up in one that wasn't too healthy and really messed with my head and you know, my peace of mind. So pointing out how you can distinguish the more unhealthy ones and the more we all need community. So we're going to find ourselves wanting to be involved in a group of people because it's just a human need to be within a community. So if we can learn how to maybe pick some more healthy ones, you know, it might just give us a better, peacefuler life.
Correct. Did you see today in the VAH? I think of Mike and Kim and that couple from London and even JW Fairy Tale got on, and they were just bashing John Cedars.
I missed Fairy Tale. I can't believe it.
Fairy Tale showed up there. Yeah.
Wow.
So it was like a World Wrestling Federation show where it was a free for all, and everybody was in the ring, and they were all beating up John Cedars, you know, Lloyd Evans.
Oh, it was one of those. Okay. It was one of those.
It was a neat show, and you know, I love them all. And I'm not going to go down that. Yeah, everybody's making great points, and I'm happy for everybody. But at the end of the day, you know, all you need is love, and if the other person doesn't respond to love, there's nothing you can do. And I'm not going to tell those people how to live their life or what is important, what's not important. I'm just going to let everybody live, and we all make mistakes. So, you know, here I see all these people in the Vast Apostate Hour, and they're having a big old fight about John Cedars, and I'm just like, hey, man, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. You know, it's a free country. You know.
It is.
But I love John Cedars too. You know, and I wish he gets his act together. You know.
Yeah, there's something going on that I just hope for peace for him, for his family, and I just hope that they can come to that place.
Yeah.
It was.
Maybe we should be hippies.
Oh, I'm a hippie at heart. I'm actually the last year of being a baby boomer. My year of 1964. I'm a baby boomer still. What was I going to say? So we used to have and still do have the Vast Apostate Army, and then now there's the Apostate Coalition, I think. Ryan and a few other people kind of get together and talk different thoughts and stuff. But it's still that kind of like, you know, it's helpful to get to talk to other people that had to spend some time deconstructing a belief system that didn't work for them or that was abusive for them. and that can be helpful in somebody's eyes. Yeah.
And that's good. If you feel you need to be part of that group, I say Godspeed. But me, this is what I believe in. What Groucho, I think it was Groucho Marx said. I do not want to be a member of any group that would have me as a member. Like, if you're willing to take me as a member,
if you qualify as a member, I don't want to be part of this group.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Linda's saying, if you're willing to take me, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, there must be something wrong with y'all. Oh, that's hilarious.
And that's a great, but it's a great. I understand the humor behind Groucho Marx when he says that, and it's like, okay, I get what he's saying. You know, that I would much rather be part of a family than part of a group.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, Gilbert Gonzalez, your wisdom is amazing. All in all, part of a family is the thing. And the purpose of a damaging, abusive cult is to disassemble the family and then replace it.
Yeah.
That's their bottom line purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So
they don't deserve to hold that place in the members' lives or our lives. They don't deserve to be there.
Hey, so what happened last week? That show got deleted, huh? From the.
You know, I noticed that because Nadine called me and said I was listening to it. It just ended. It just stopped and said it was taken off the air. Well, today it seems to have returned an hour before my show started. I don't know why it was off the air. I don't know why it was taken down for a week. I didn't check.
We talked so long that we broke it.
It was your fault.
Oh, good. I'm glad. That's awesome.
All those
Set
Australians.
some sort of record.
They're like too many Australians. Too many Australians were in the chat.
One is always too much. Too many Australians.
So Donna in the chat is asking about the China balloon. What do you know about that, Gilbert?
I just know that everybody's been lying to me all day long. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I have no idea what to believe. Yeah.
Okay, it's a mystery right now. I haven't looked into it yet, and
Okay, I would like someone to tell me what's going on. All I saw was that you shot it down.
Right? It was shot down. I'm getting glimpses and pieces.
What's the deal with the Chinese balloon?
I don't know. So I'm getting glimpses.
Balloon. I know what. I have a theory. Someone said, "Oh, it took them ages to shoot it down. Why would it take so long?" I know why that is. Because it's a weather balloon, and they probably had to check with every single weather station that uses weather balloons in America to see if they had put it up there and it had gone rogue.
Is that possible?
That's a good reason to. Absolutely. It's happened in Australia a couple of times when somebody has released a weather balloon to study something, and then the military or something has gotten onto it, and it's like, whoa, that's just one of like the meteorologist's weather balloons or something like that. Also, there's this like experiment that everyone's doing where they send balloons up as high as they can go to see if they can take a picture of the curvature of the Earth, because there's so many flat earthers out there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
and it does.
Yeah, I was going to do it with a guy at work.
Okay.
You know why I'm a flat earther, right?
No, I don't know why.
Because I just love the knee-jerk reaction people have. Like, really, man?
I'm so glad I didn't respond with, because you're an idiot.
No. I do it just because I love it. Like, I love to see people just I'll tell you something real quick.
Like, whoa, what the hell?
you know how they say, you know how now they're saying we didn't go to the moon. So
Yeah.
now, like on YouTube, I'll go on these videos where there's all of these scientists, you know, about, you know, talking their stuff, and then I just write down one word: allegedly. Allegedly.
Oh goodness! I think I'm going to take that one.
And
That's a good one.
people off.
Yeah,
and I'm
man.
like, that's why I like flat Earth, because I've learned to live and let live. I learned to, hey, you know, if you want to believe that, go ahead, you know. And it's not dangerous. Nothing bad is going to happen, you know.
That's right. It's no longer our job to convince somebody to think otherwise than they already think, is it? Wow, that's
like I'll give
freedom.
you an example. Someone believes in the Trinity.
That what you just said grinds against my soul bones, Linda. I know you're right, but it's still just, it's so hard to hear that.
Okay, but you have a different reason. You're like for accuracy, for real accuracy. We were trained to go out door to door and convince people, and to convince people to be thinking in the manner of JW thinking. Today we don't, we're not, and then if we didn't, we were blood guilty. Like this was a command from God. No, it's a different thing, honey. Really different than what I think your head's going through.
Flat Earth is, the thing about flat Earth is the real reason why the round Earth people are mad is because a lot of the flat Earth people are making good questions. And that's all I'm saying. So when the flat earthers say, hey, if you lied to us about the moon landing and you guys admit it, and Buzz Aldrin admits it, then what else are you lying to us about? And see, that really pisses off like the supposed scientists. So then, you know, it's like how dare you question the Pope or a scientist? It's all the same. A scientist is like a doctor or like a religious figure, and like, how dare you question me? And so this is why I think I love the flat earthers, because not because they're right about everything, but they ask very good questions. That's all.
And
this
the
is why
whole,
people hate all of these.
I was going to say, I thought that's like the wonderful thing about science, is to ask more questions. And it's almost like an honor to find out you can go up another level, which X-nays the last one or something, you know. Yes, accuracy is a good thing. But Brad, I think, I don't know if what I said was on track with you. Did it seem like it was, Brad?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just replying to Cheryl in the chat, so I'm a little bit distracted.
Sure. I wanted to make sure I didn't like assume I knew what he was talking about, because I might not have. I was picking up on something, but I wanted to check in if I got it or not. Because if there's one thing I really didn't care for as I was growing up, was being told my intention and then being told off regarding the intention I was told that I had.
Yeah,
exactly. That was a tough one. Oh, so I try not to, I don't let anybody, that's a big thing for me. When somebody goes, oh, you're thinking this, and then they begin to bitch me out about it. Oh, hell no. You don't get to tell me this. And then, but I just barely started giving the, no, you can't, like 2 years ago, okay? But it takes a while.
Okay, I've blocked Cheryl.
That's amazing.
Well,
okay.
You know what, Linda, like about what you just said, my brother-in-law, you know, he's a circuit overseer, retired now, but we would joke around because he would always say, like an elder who says, you know what your problem is, Linda? And so now what we do is every time like we're around family, I always tell people,
he calls
you know
everyone Linda.
And so everything that happens to you, in my opinion, is whatever happens to you in the cult, turn it around. like for a good thing. You know, you make lemonade out of the lemons.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, hey, I can do this too, and that pisses off. That pisses them off big time.
Absolutely. Oh, I had a thought I was going to mention, and I lost it. It'll come back to me.
Like I'll give you an example. If you're a woman, what you should say is, you know what? Forgive me. I'm a woman and I have a small brain, according to Samuel Hurd. But this is why. See, as though it's self-deprecating humor. But
Oh, yes.
if Samuel Hurd is going to say that you have a small brain, what's wrong with it?
I do. I do.
Yeah.
Many of my comments, actually, on YouTube or whatever, it's like, but what do I know? My brain mass is 10% less than a man. So, you know, who knows? And I'd love it. I'd love it. I might know what I'm talking about, or I might not. And being wrong today, finding out I'm wrong is not as terrifying as it was too, because when you're in a you know, totalitarianistic group, when you're wrong, it ends up in death. Okay. Today, when I'm wrong, I get to actually learn something and be, you know, and I get to shift when evidence is given. You know, it doesn't mean I'm going to think the exact same way I think today.
Right. Yeah. And the universe is billions of years old, but we're supposed to know everything when we're 40. Come on, man.
I know. That's interesting you said that, because I've noticed that some people, one of my friend's dad, he was getting much older, and I walked in the room and sat down. He goes, "I don't know nothing." He was just like, "I don't know a damn thing." Like, there's the wisdom of his age, you know. I don't know a damn thing. It was great. It was basically
that saying that women use 10% less or have 10% less brain. It sounds like that that crazy phrenology. Is it phrenology or craniometry or whatever, where they were trying to determine intelligence by the bumps on the skull for different races and stuff? Like the most racist theory on earth, almost. It's so much like that.
But it's okay.
So creepy.
No, see, if I'm okay with a woman having 10% less brain because she has 90% more curves. You know, I mean, where does this end?
The benefits there.
Where does this end? You know,
I think Adam thought the same thing.
Yeah. She has what I don't have, you know, and you know, God bless her, you know. Yeah.
Oh, curves.
Yeah, you know. So.
Did you just say you're a curve?
No,
I've got curves.
Yeah.
I still missed it, but okay.
Same thing.
Curves are a wonderful thing. Okay.
If it wasn't for women's curves, nothing would get done, you know. You know, men would not wake up and get out of bed, you know.
It's also why lots of stuff doesn't get done.
Yeah.
I was just
my
gonna
life
say.
anyway.
You're like chasing
That's
a
a
curve.
wonderful thing.
You're chasing a curve.
Yeah. So.
And then there's slaying the dragon.
I don't want to disturb you, but earlier today you were talking about demons and spirits and stuff, and I had a really good demon story I never told you. When I was 16 years old, and I was out in service on First Street and 4th Avenue down in Yuma, and I knocked on this door, and then I looked at my hand when I knocked on the door, and it looked like a scratch, like a dog or a cat would have scratched my whole hand. You know, my arm where my wrist was at. All of it was all scratched up. I looked at it, and then I said, okay, I got to go. And then but it wasn't hurting. And then I walked to the street and I called my brother, Jesse. Hey, Jesse, take a look at this. And he goes, what's it? And he goes, what happened? I go, there's something in that house. And then as we were walking away, the scratch started to disappear, and it freaked my brother out. I go, what are you afraid of? He goes, that's freaky. I go, no, it's not. He goes, I told him, they don't have dominion over us. But they're more afraid of me than I am of them. And I was really young, and I just said that. I go, they're more afraid of me than I am of them. And because it didn't hurt, and it was like but I don't know. But right there, I learned that when I hear people tell their stories, I don't say they're lying or I don't say it's true. I just listen, because until it happens to you, you just don't know. But that was a crazy story. I was 16 years old when that happened to me. And I wasn't afraid. I didn't become afraid,
That's very awesome to not be afraid. And then to know, I mean, you knew this. You knew that you knew they're more afraid of you than you are of them. Because that's not the story we were indoctrinated with. That's incredibly powerful.
Yeah. Like, I'll give you, what I tell, like, I look at the heavens sometimes and I tell God, you made the earth for me, for us humans. They're trespassing. And I just like, yeah. And I'm like, no. This is my home.
That's fascinating that you're saying that, because not only Jehovah's Witnesses, but also, other Christian communities will have the mindset that, that the devil is ruling this system of things or ruling the earth right now. And I'm always thinking to myself, but who gave the devil the ability to reign over this earth right now? And then it ends up being, it had to have been God, right? And I'm thinking, and why would this, I can't go any further with that. It's just so preposterous. Not to say that it can't be so, but it's hard for me to process that God has given the rulership of this earth to the devil. It bothers me. Like,
the same thing, it bothers me too, but the same thing is happening, like right now. Like, you look at back in the days, humans would use gold and silver, and everybody was kept honest because everybody had a scale, and you could use a scale. Now there's these group of people that wear ties and they work at the Federal Reserve, and they give all these papers, and now they have all this power, and then you're like, why do they have dominion over me? Why am I using debit cards and all of these digits on a computer? And so it's kind of like the same way. It's like, God, why did the devil get in charge? Well, how did the Federal Reserve and the governments get in charge? You let them. So it's like a teachable moment, I think. It's the devil's in charge as long as we let him be in charge.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have to learn to, like, it sucks. It all sucks, but we don't have to live in that world 100%. We can. If we want to, we really can get out of it. Not 100%, but look at the Amish. They do a good job of living outside of the system.
Yeah.
We can too. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't.
And some things we're just not going to know in this life, and we're just not going to know. We're only 40, 50, 60 years old. Maybe it's just not the right time.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I don't sweat about it, is what I'm saying.
And when we give it a lot of attention and worry a lot about it, then it ends up really ruling over us. Really, really, really ruling over us. And they don't deserve that much attention. They don't deserve our attention that much. When, there's some things we have control over and some things we don't. And I like to say we have control over our eyebrows. We can shape them in the way that we want or not. But it's something that is actually in my control. Because it's very easy to get caught up in things that we have no power over, we have no control over any of that. We're getting about
Correct.
We're getting about at that 5.5 hours point, and I'm thinking about bringing the show to an end in like the next 10 or 15 minutes, unless you or somebody else wants to go a bit further.
No, I don't want to go 12 hours like the last one.
I didn't even realize it. I didn't even realize it. But it's going to be nice to call her back and say, it's back on the air. And what's neat is that her job, it's like she enjoys listening to it throughout the day as she's doing this and doing that. And I like that I like having something to listen to that's a few hours, like the Shunda podcast. I love listening to that. That's usually a couple of hours, sometimes 2.5 hours or something. I'll make myself a playlist, and as I'm going about my day, I'm listening to these different, videos on different subjects or audio books or stuff like that. It's just really, it's enjoyable to be able to listen to things as you're going about your day, or just laying down and relaxing. Pretty soon, we're in February, and I know for California, we start to begin to feel spring coming on. And I would like you to think about some of the things that you would like to do this spring and summer that you can look forward to. I know not everybody is out and about, and for instance, I've been pretty much self sheltering in place since forever, but part of that is because I don't have a car. So I'm looking forward to what?
I don't even drive.
I'm in good company.
Well, a lot of us, at least a few.
I have never driven in my life.
Okay. Some people don't. Yeah. My previous roommate didn't drive. Speaking of, you know what your problem is? One day my previous roommate said, you know what your problem is? And then my previous partner went, oh, this is going to be good. And my previous roommate goes, you think too much. Or you analyze things too much. And I do. I
hate when people say that.
It's what I do. It's my natural. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't be me. I just wouldn't be me. I think it's my gift.
Did I tell you?
Go ahead.
Did I clarify something I told you a week or two ago? Or wait, no, for Christmas time. You asked about what we might do around then, and I explained it a little, but I didn't really explain it right. Because for me, it could help anyone who gets anxiety. Like, I don't know, like, you know how when, like I said, growing up thinking Armageddon's coming any second, for me, it made it so that when the light changed outside or the weather changed, I would get like suddenly down or something like that. And so you could get depressed just based on even the color of the sky, because I used to associate it with, oh no, something bad's going to happen. Or I don't know. And it made me more panicky about Armageddon as a kid, right? And so I told you that I use lights, colored lights and stuff. What I meant by that wasn't just Christmas lights outside. What I meant was I have, like lights in my room, and I even have little black lights, which I do resin of glow in the dark fun stuff, just
yes.
So it's cheerful, in other words. And
I do too. I have glow in the dark stuff to make resin out of.
And then the color in the room changes, and it helps the mood. And it's color therapy. And so I noticed I haven't had anxiety or anything that much in a while because of doing tricks like that. So I just thought I'd bring that up if that was okay because I didn't get to finish what I was saying that night. And it kind of came off like I just used Christmas lights or something. And what I meant was those LED little lights, but
Yes.
you could change them whenever you feel like it. And it really seems to change the atmosphere. And so it kind of lightens things up. So I thought I'd share that, if that's okay.
Oh, I'm really glad you did. I'm really glad you did, because there's also like there's little globes that'll lighten up, and it'll do that whole change the color. You know, some are warm or cool, maybe blues or lavenders, you know, and it just, over an amount of time, then it'll switch to another color or another color. And it's on the soft side. And it is enjoyable to see that. So it makes sense to
It
me.
lightens the mood too, you know.
Yes, yes.
So
I actually have one of those.
I thought it might help.
I also have one of those salt rocks that it's like orange and it turns on and off and on and off. Yeah, I think
Oh, pretty.
it's kind of orangey. I enjoy that. I just think it's so cool. And I love flameless candles because they have a great look to them, and I don't have to blow them out. They flicker real nice, or they don't flicker if you don't want them to.
Do you mean the ones that aren't real candles? You mean the little
Yes.
tea lights that aren't? Yeah, I've been making little resin things to put them in, and then
Yes.
I've been putting them around. And another trick, if it's okay, if I mention this, I know it's off topic, and I may apologize. I'm just saying this is off topic, but it might cheer people up to think of this as a stress technique. And it's well, I have Prime, and YouTube also has these very peaceful, like right now they have a lot of winter scenes, and then they have a lot of beachy, beautiful scenes, and they play for a long time on your TV or on your phone or anything you look at. And then, but I put on my TV, and then I put my little candles, like you said, that flicker underneath it. It looks like a window, and you could like trick yourself a little bit. So that's another way, if you're having a kind of a bad day, to kind of relax. So I'm just sharing that because a lot of us seem to have these issues going on with things, you know, the stuff we were talking about, and it helps a little bit, you know, get you out of the moment of the feelings, the bad feelings. I'm not saying we shouldn't think about them, but it helps us to be able to think past it. So anyway,
Yeah, and
share that.
it's a form of Malua.
Can I just quickly say, Debbie,
Sure.
yes, I'm Bob Roberts on YouTube, and I'm also obviously Brad from Australia. I hope this confirms it. Okay,
That's
carry
correct.
on, everyone.
That's correct. You are both, and yet the same. Oh, so close and yet so far. Definitely. Oh, goodness. I do like to set up, to create an atmosphere that's very peaceful. So I don't like to have like bright overhead lights on in my home all the time. I like the lights to be a few here and there, and to set a few of these flameless candles. You know, they can be a bit tall, and kind of set them around. Some of them have timers on them that you can set to where they go off in 8 hours, and then they'll turn back on later.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, so
That's pretty.
and what you're
One sec, sorry. I'd just also like to say hi, Joanna. That's it. Carry on.
okay. Hi, Joanna.
Sorry.
Look at you. I just read the
Thank you
chat.
so much, Linda. This was a really fun night for me. I really enjoy all of you guys. I really did. I really enjoyed you guys.
I enjoyed you too. It's amazing how much,
Same.
All three of us and even people listening to really can identify with what we've shared, and to know that they're not the only one going through it, because I'm not saying it like dismissing it. I'm saying it like we get it, and it's not easy to go through that. So encouraging each other is a really important and caring thing to do. And it's like, I could just hear it in Brad's voice, like, oh, no, this is not the case. This is just not the case, and I hear him come in many times with I hear that behind him going, this is not the case. And then he'll come in and share a few things. And it's just, I love the stuff he shares. I love all of this. I love the stuff Gilbert shares, and the people that, are in the chat room. And
Gilbert put such a good idea, and I had said that too. Like, why don't we learn a skill? Like, why haven't we taught all our kids? Like, in the meetings, we could have all learned skills, taught each other, and practiced. He was talking about in one of his videos a while back that it would have been so good if we each learned something like canning and building a fire, how to, take care of, do a little garden, but we never learned that. And I brought that up before to my mom, and she's like, oh, like I said, let's say we're in the new world, what are we going to do? She said, oh, God will teach us at the right time. It's like, but why do we have a brain? So that we could learn these things. He's not going to just give everything to us, We should learn skills, teach each other, and then you get happy doing it. And then not letting us do our gifts as kids, like playing the violin, like the little kid and the drama, that gives others joy. That also gives you strength to go through hard times. So all our arts are for us, for each other. They're to give joy to everyone, and all the skills that we have, all those things bring fulfillment. And that's one thing that we've been kind of denied. We're like, oh, put it off till the future. Put it off, God will give it to us. But meanwhile, there's not enough in our brain that we're actually doing, but worrying. So it's time now we're getting to actually think about these things. And I think that's one reason why we might be able to cope with some things, and to be able to think about the hard things that they're denying, because we're actually living life, and they're kind of in, suspended animation in a way,
I call it that old song, when you get caught between the moon and New York City, like it's just circling in the plane, and it's not time to land yet. So we would be told to wait till tomorrow, or the future. We stall it now. We'll get to do it in the future. There's no time now. The urgency is for the kingdom interests. And when you believe it's the most important cause on the earth, then you comply. It's presented as kingdom interests, and getting an education and all this other stuff is considered self-interest, which equals selfish. But I dare say it is more than selfish, which is an okay form of selfish. It's part of developing who you are. And as long as you can't be involved in these things, it keeps you stunted, developmentally stunted.
Yep. But whatever we do for ourselves, it's also going to move beyond us and affect others. So it really isn't always selfish. So everything we do for ourselves affects someone else somehow. So it really isn't. You know what I mean?
Yes, it totally is.
Like it just pay it forward somehow. I don't know.
people benefit from the gifts of others and the crafts of others. And yeah, it's, I mean, think about, and I'm not into sports at all, but every so often I'm hearing neighbors just all of a sudden yelling, yes, ooh. I'm like, oh, okay, it's football season or baseball season. I don't know, the games are coming up, but it's like they're getting together with friends, and it's this whole team thing, and it's not just the players, it's the viewers. It's a really enjoyable thing, you know. So they're getting joy from watching this sport, and you know, and being creative and artistic. There, you know, whether it's painting or like what you're talking about, the resin and stuff, or just different things, music. It's not only enjoyable for us, but those that get to listen to it are really enjoying it too, you know?
Yeah.
Did somebody just sneeze? Bless you.
Sorry. I read something really funny in the chat, and I was like, you know how when you have your mouth shut and you laugh, and it comes out of your nose and sounds like that instead? Sorry about that.
Are you being dared to do these things? Yes, you are, aren't you?
No. That okay? No, I'm not. So the first one, I actually wanted to confirm to Debbie that I was who I was saying. The second time, Joanna asked me to say hello to her in the chat, so I did. And that time, Gigi for GB wrote something. Oh no, sorry, Mr. G wrote, "I love you, Cheryl. One day you will join the dark side of the Force." And I cracked up and forgot I wasn't muted. Sorry. Sorry.
You know what's fascinating? is I've heard that the dark side has cookies. Come to the dark side, we have cookies. And so I've been thinking about the apostate cookies and coming to the dark side. I've been associating those two things lately. But yeah, that's just my little thing. So yeah, I'm going to wind things down and just really say thank you again. This is Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. I'm really thankful you were here tonight. I'm really thankful that you were here live, or those that listen later. Thank you so much. If you have something to share in the comments, I would love for you to leave the comments under this video. And again, this is something that's really a highlight of my week. I look forward to this time with you. I look forward to coming up with different subjects to talk about. I look forward to when it shifts from subject to subject and we get to be in conversation and it just flows. And I learn from you. I learn from your wisdom, and I love to hear different ways of thinking of things. And I just really appreciate you all. So trying to think of
Thank you, Linda. We love you.
I love you too. And I'm just really, really thankful for being able to host this show. And I love it when I hear two other people call in and they're just getting into a conversation. I love to just kick back and just watch it flow. And as far as I'm concerned, it can go on for as long as it does. It's still this, it's just really neat to listen to what people end up talking about or being part of the conversation. It feels edifying to me, and I appreciate you very, very much. So again, this is Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate, and I look forward to doing this again next Saturday night. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you next time. Good night.
Good night.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients.
Good night.
Uninhibited in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end Disney.